All right, guys, I'm not going to sugarcoat it. You know, you come to me for truth, you come to me for honesty. I'm not going to lie to you. I'm going to tell it to you straight. I've got a tummy ache. My tummy hurts a little bit right now, you know? I slept okay, got a bit of a tummy ache, you know? Just a little bit. I'm being very brave about it right now. You know, I'm trying my hardest. But it's hard. It's hard, you know? Thank you, Linkard. Did you eat plenty of toast? Actually, that's the problem. It's that late last night I had a craving to sandwich three big burrito flour tortillas with some cheese in the middle and then microwave it until it was nice and warm and then dip it in some Greek yogurt and hot sauce. And that was like 1 a.m. So that's valid. Yeah, I know that's valid. I know I'm valid. I agree. At least you have a nice shirt. Yeah, that's true. Yeah, exactly. Vermin is correct. The reason why I need to diet constantly is because if I don't, I have no self-control. Are you going to be okay? I don't know. I don't know. Let me pull this down. All the collar gap discourse has made me like self-conscious about collar gaps, even for shit where it doesn't matter, like a casual shirt. You know, like it matters for suits, not for like regular shit. Um, Flashing back to the frosting. Yeah, the most okay. Never let the deep state convince you that the most cost-effective dessert isn't just buying frosting from a grocery store and eating it with a spoon. That is objectively the most cost-efficient dessert, like calorie-wise. I mean, I guess calorie-wise, you could just eat sticks of butter, but like it's also tasty, you know? Artemy. Do you do the streaming thing where your top is drippy as hell, but you're only wearing underwear at the bottom? I'm wearing shorts. A nice try at seeing my bulge. Thank you. Um, yes. Kettle corn is cheap and low calorie. Well, yeah, but then it's not cost efficient. But yes, kettle corn is good. So how about that new Kendrick? I'm sorry, I don't follow rapper beef, but my vibes from Kendrick are better than my vibes from Drake. So there you go. Artemy, Artemy. Glad to hear a dream canoe. My understanding of the beef is that Drake and Kendrick don't like each other, and Drake was like, "Hey man, you're a big meanie, and you're short." And Kendrick was like, "KYS, you're a pedo. All your friends hate you. You're a wretched swine. Everyone around you despises you. I'm in your walls at all points. You know, like that's my basic understanding. You're hiding a child. Yeah, something about it. A hidden child. The fucking like Destiny meme. The daughter in the basement. Yeah. Um. Very funny stuff. That's true. Our house is infiltrated by fucking spring birds. Little peep peep babies. All right. Yeah. I guess we should just get to it, you know? This just happened. Joe Biden is like, hey, you know all these like student protests that I am enabling the police crackdown of? You know how everything's getting worse? What if we spent $37 billion more on law enforcement? Funding 100,000 additional police officers for accountable community policing. Let's go. Let's go. You've got to be fucking kidding. It could be an election move. The median American loves cracking down on crime. There's nothing that gets the average fucking Amerifat's dick harder than the knowledge that their tax dollars are being used to suppress the underclass. You know, there's America loves their cops. Americans are safer from violent crime today than they were a year ago. That is true. Today, an independent organization of police chiefs that's not independent from the nation's largest cities released data showing that, compared to a year earlier, violent crime declined across every category in the first quarter of 2024, and murders are down 17%. That is true, though. These decreases build on substantial decreases in previous years. After the prior administration oversaw the largest one-year increase in murders ever recorded, violent crime is at a near 50-year low. This crime reduction is not an accident. It's the result of extraordinary efforts from law... No, it's not. From law enforcement and community leaders. Nope. I mean, maybe community leaders, but law enforcement is not. Why? That is. You know, to this day, as I understand it, we still have basically no in spite of the fact that we spend an ungodly amount of money on police, we have basically no empirical assessment of their effectiveness at all. Like, in basically every other government program, you have wonks that are like hyper fastidiously studying every dollar that goes everywhere, what the outcomes are, can we cut this, can we cut this? Meanwhile, with law enforcement, like, it's literally just like, you know, vibes are right. We seriously have almost no data on the effectiveness of police and how it translates to lower crime rates. We seriously don't. We have like weird tenuous connections, but we don't like we don't evaluate the effectiveness of police. You know, we just don't. We just assume that it's good. We're just like, yeah, we're just going to toss like $50 trillion into this. 'Cause like, obviously it's good, you know? The reason for this is because the implicit purpose of police has been protecting capital and suppressing racial minorities for well over a century, and that's not really something that the powers that be needed, like, data for, so we've just kind of gotten used to accepting the validity of police in lieu of any data of their effectiveness. Why are noises coming from over here? What's happening? What are you doing? What are you doing? What are you doing? What are you up to? The cats have sort of like correctly ascertained that the best way to attract me to any location in the house is to make a lot of really annoying noise over there. It's also the result of historic steps by my administration to stop the flow of illegal guns and make the largest ever federal investment fighting and preventing crime because of my American Rescue Plan. Despite every Republican in Congress voting against it, that plan passed and has enabled cities and states to invest over $15 billion in public safety and violence prevention, putting cops on the beat for accountable community policing, as well as interrupting preventing crime. Lie. Accountable community policing. What do you think this is? Socialism? What do you think these are? Something other than cops? We can't stop now. My Safer America plan calls on Congress to invest $37 billion to support law enforcement and crime prevention, including by funding 100,000 additional police officers for accountable community policing, investing $5 billion in community violence interventions, and enacting common sense gun safety reforms such as a ban on assault weapons and high-capacity magazines and universal background check requirement. Nice. This isn't going to pass. There's no way. No Republican is going to vote for a universal background check requirement and ban on high-capacity magazines at a federal level. But by tying it to the law enforcement funding, it's going to be like, oh, wow, you don't want cops on the street, blah, blah. Yesterday, I saw a poll showing majority of Americans support colleges agreeing to all protester demands, want the cops to beat up the protesters, but also want the cops to beat up the counter-protesters. Imagine relying on the American public to have any kind of consistent view on anything. Imagine like asking the American public to be consistent or to understand anything that's going on. In terms of support, ask the police to protect campuses from violence. Everyone's going to agree with that, obviously. Offer resources to help students understand the conflict. Yes. Provide mental health resources. Yes. Ban pro-Palestinian demonstrations on campus. And of them, half of American voters want to ban those demonstrations on campus. The majority, like disproportionately Republicans. Independents, interestingly, being the lowest ones here. Ban pro-Israeli demonstrations on campus. About the same number of Democrats want to ban, actually more Democrats want to ban pro-Israeli protests on campus than pro-Palestinian protests on campus, which is interesting. Whatever. I don't know. 50% of Democrats want to divert university investments away from Israeli companies and any businesses that profit from the war. So half of Democrats want the universities to divest, but about half of Democrats also want to ban pro-Palestinian. Yeah. So, okay, the lesson we're getting from this is that Americans are incoherent and know nothing. Sorry. Like, yeah, that's all you can really get for this. Does America just not believe protests should happen? No. Americans never support active, ongoing protests. Like, they just don't. They like the median American is a griller. They don't want people making noise. This is what MLK was writing about with the whole like justice over peace thing. Americans are only in favor of protests like after they're finished, you know? They need it done by age. Yes, I agree. Splitting this by age would be good. Well, why are they called grillers? Because they just want to grill. Was at this protest at Washington U? Hey, I've been there. Car drove through protest? Wait, what? At Washington University? Washington University in St. Louis. Okay. I was thinking, like, holy shit, I feel like I would have heard about that. Oh my god. That's a pretty long chant, but you know, it's catchy. Car drove through a crowd and a fight ensued. Well, as one does. See, this is the median American, okay? The only politics of the median American is that if gas prices go up, they vote for the opposite president. And if protesters are in their way on the road, they run through them. That's like the median American position. I'm pretty sure that if... Okay, first of all, insane of this guy to drive into the crowd and then get out of the car. Second of all, I'm pretty sure that if somebody tries to drive through a crowd, that's attempted murder, and you can, like... You can beat the shit out of them. Right? Am I wrong on that? Is that not, like, such an obvious case? Not in Florida? Oh, yeah, sorry. In Florida, they're allowed to get out and then stomp on the corpse, you know? I'm genuinely asking, like, what possible interpretation of self-defense would not allow you to do that, you know? No Fed posting, Vermin. After BLM, like half of states legalized vehicular homicide. Yeah. It absolutely does, Vermin. There was a huge new law. They're allowed to drive through protester. Yeah, in Florida. In here as well. The fact they let him get back in the car is insane. He hesitated a block away before choosing that route too, accelerating immediately, then having a moment of reflection before getting it again at the protesters. Yeah. Not in Missouri yet. I was thinking, yeah. There was another one in Portland. I did see this, yeah. Blindly spraying mace. insane that guy was able to. I'm surprised everyone didn't immediately right here. I feel, why didn't like 50 people all, yeah, the goofy ass fucking run? Like, why are all these people running away? The guy's on foot now. I don't know. There's an after protest pic of the car all torn up. Good. Is that a gun in his hand? It's just like kind of gun shaped, you know? But yeah, it kind of looks like that from the, yeah. But no, that's a spray. He wasn't even booked into jail, just on a hold. Yeah, in America, it is legal to run over protesters with a car. Even if you're doing it literally like on a university backlot. Like, look at this. This isn't even a main road. This is literally just like a fucking university back. Like, look, you know, like this area right here is for like service vehicles to move through, or like maybe like a like campus or faculty or whatever, like slowly drive through because they like need to get to like the back end parking lot because they're trying to get something heavy out into the classroom or whatever. Bro bailed like a fucking pussy. Yeah, here, this is the like stand your ground strut right here, you know? Police took him to the hospital on a mental health hold? Fucking what? Police detained driver who accelerated towards protesters at Portland State University in Oregon. A mental health hold. What is this? Like some euphemism for protective custody? Are they all giving him a handy? What the fuck are they doing back there? Mental health hold? Nice. I mean, I would question the sanity of the guy, to be fair. Yeah, but what if cops ever given a shit about that? They haven't even booked him. Watch the cops buy him a new car, yeah. They're gonna, like, hold a fundraiser. $2,000 a plate charity dinner. Thank you, Hersberg. I know it's been rough lately with all the Fed posting. People are really in the free and clear, you know? He'll do a right-wing circuit interview like Rittenhouse. I really need to go over whether or not those claims about Rittenhouse are credible. The ones where they say that Rittenhouse was genuinely so mentally retarded that he failed, like, that military test that determines whether or not you can follow the sequence A, B, C, what comes next. Like, there was some guy who was like, what, his handler or something, was like, yeah, Rittenhouse was genuinely so mentally incompetent that it's actually like he can't even be worked as a right-wing op. Like, he's not even smart enough to do that. Yeah, even if it's not true, I think it's spiritually correct. So it kind of like it empowers me anyway. I wouldn't be surprised, Vosh. That's who they get more cops from. That's how they're made. That's true. Yeah. Though from what I heard, Rittenhouse might genuinely be too stupid to be a cop. Even, actually, like he might actually be so dumb that it's like a cognitive impairment kind of deal. I don't know. He did give those vibes. I mean, yeah, he didn't seem bright, but he's also like a kid in a pretty stressful situation. So I didn't, my innate assumption wasn't cripplingly retarded, but you know. Did you see the video of the guy in the lavender shirt who drove through the parade? Huh? This is from 6 months ago. How is this relevant? You just link me any old shit.
They got it all blocked off. The Lloyd Center exit, the Convention Center exit, every motherfucking exit. You bum.
So this is the median American, okay? When you think of like the average voter, this is that guy. This is who, yeah, this is when you talk about like the earnest noble proletariat, like this is the average American. Oh yeah, I remember this. Yeah, where he tried to drive around the blockade, and then kind of, well, yeah. See, he drives in the, yeah. This guy's committed, huh? Yep. Least insane American truck driver. Yeah, yeah, I noticed he has a covered pickup truck. Perfect. I really like how this guy look at his face, too. Like, once he realized that he wasn't just going past one impediment and that he was just driving through parade area, he's locked in, like, oh shit. Like, he tries not to drive over a chair, you know? Look at that. Look at it, he's like, wait, Literally Ryan Gosling, yeah. That's great. Anyway, this was legal. They they threw a parade for him next, because this is like a celebration of the American spirit. He ended up driving home, getting arrested there, if I recall correctly. I mean, what are you going to do at that point, right? Like, everyone saw your license plate. Like, what can you do except go home and have, like, a tall, cold one while waiting for the cops to show up? Like, you're kind of, like, it's not like you're getting away with it, you know? Something needs to happen to these people, need to stop. I genuinely do think that once you get behind the wheel of a car, you're, like, subhuman. Like, you stop being a citizen. The way you're supposed to interact with your city and with society broadly is on your feet. But when you surround yourself with like an iron box, and you now have to adhere to a different set of rules, you become a different animal, and it makes you like less of a citizen. So I think that like, yeah, at the end of the day, car-dependent infrastructure is kind of the name of the game here, you know? German SPD politician attacked by masked group while hanging up campaign protests. You should keep an eye on Germany. The mood seems to be escalating. Oh, don't worry, I know. Hey man, if only the Germans had been a little bit harsher on the pro-Palestinian protesters, you know? Maybe if we had declared more Palestinian students as stateless, or maybe if we had shut down more protesters, this wouldn't happen, you know? It's gonna be so funny to watch as like Germany gets taken over by the AfD and the Fourth Reich rises, and then it's like slowly but tepidly as they sort of slow off the mask of civility, they're going to stop being so pro-Israel, but for the wrong reasons, you know? And it's like, well, okay, you know, the monk. I wish that Germany would stop being so militantly anti-Palestinian. The monkey's paw curls. I bet they'd still be pro-Israel. Yeah, probably. A German politician and Chancellor Olaf Scholz's party had to undergo surgery after being beaten up while campaigning. This is insane, dude. This doesn't happen in America. Like, Germany is a fucking developed nation, you know? I expect shit like this to happen in the wackier countries, but, like, being, like, attacked and going to the hospital? You know? That's fucking wild. The same group had apparently attacked a Green Party worker minutes before in the same street. Huh. An SPD politician was assassinated by Nazis a few years ago. Yeah, Germany is so fucked, man. Jesus Christ. You guys are getting the brown shirts right over again. A couple years ago, we had a right-winger shoot a German politician dead with a rifle. It happens. Yeah, I just don't think you understand. Like, it's just crazy considering how, like, nominally anti-Nazi Germany is. Like, I feel if something like that happened to us with, like, a politician getting fucking sniped by a political radical, do you have any idea how devastating the political consequence of that would be? Think of how bad things have gotten in the United States without assassinations being on the like that hasn't even happened, and yet like things have escalated to this point. It's just remarkable to me that assassination wasn't followed up with like a militant crackdown on the AfD. I guess it'd be difficult to do a crackdown on the AfD considering all of your police and all of your military are a part of it, you know? I guess that does make it kind of difficult. You know what I mean? You need to do some unironic like counter op shit where the SPD starts cultivating like a secret sort of like, I don't know, liberatory paramilitary force where they vet every member, like some fucking special ops squad to start like, you know, going through the ranks of the others and clearing them out. The SP ain't doing shit. Oh, no, they're not going to. I'm just saying, like, if they could. It's a small part of the police. You don't know what you're talking about. Oh, we found the mauling uroid, you know? We found it. Bro, you're fucked. Are you actually German? You're so fucked, dude. You're like dude, like things are bad in the US. You literally have like massive swaths of police and military doing right-wing training camps out in the mountains, okay? You guys are so fucked. Every single day like the AFD grows stronger and you're doing nothing about it. You're really going to get mad at me? Okay? Jesus Christ. Go put on whatever the opposite of a brown shirt is. Go put on a pink shirt. Yeah, sure. Go on out there, okay? Yeah, the Reichsbanner Schwarz-Rot-Gold. Yeah, I think I heard about that. Why do you think you know anything about German situation? What do you... Don't you talk down to me? You only recently joined chat, and the very first thing that you said in this month of May 2024 is, "Today I learned shoe on head is not boxy, my world is broken." That's it. That's it. Come to me. I am sending you back to 2014. I'm opening the portal. I'm grabbing you by the head. I'm grabbing you by the head, and I'm sending you back. All right? You're being hurtled back through time. All right? Go to where you belong, okay? All right, excellent. Really did that strange time traveler a service there. What does that even mean? Don't worry about it. What does boxy mean? Don't worry about it. God, how old is your chat? There's a it's not just how old they are, it's how like permanently online they are. German anti-AFD groups are openly anti-Muslim. Nice. It's so cool how Germany is so committed to like Islamophobia in spite of the fact that A, crime went down after you took in a bunch of refugees from Syria, and B, Germany has no culture anyway, or at least no culture that you would like actually tout or be proud of. Like you're either talking like Bavarian psychos with their lederhosen and their fucking like stupid, you know, button-ups, or we're talking like your work culture, which none of you, you know, seem to be that happy with, judging from the way you bitch about it or like brag relative to the other Europeans. And then you have all your gay leather clubs. And are the Nazis proud of that? What culture are you guys defending? Okay, get your fucking your goddamn kebab. Okay. They have schnitzel and sausages. Everyone has sausages now. You can't claim that anymore. You don't have a cultural hold on that anymore, okay? Everyone has it. Everyone has sausages. Bad cuisine is not a culture? I'm sorry, did you just say kebab is bad cuisine? That was the most Hitlerite thing I've ever seen in my fucking life. What are you, is that a joke? Terminally online, tell me you're joking or I'm misreading what you're saying. Are you fucking kidding me? Kebab? They probably mean the sausages. They probably mean the sausages. That's why I'm trying to confirm, because it was ambiguous, you know? Like even kebab is German? No. No, that's the point. It's not German. It's coming from elsewhere. It's Turkish. I think different cultures claim the kebab, right? Like, isn't it? You know what? Let's just say kebab is German, okay? It's not like I give a shit about borders. Fuck it. There are many Turkish immigrants in Germany. Well, yeah, Turks don't want to live in Turkey. They want to talk about Turkish revivalism from Berlin or London, you know? Many such cases. London is the place that people from the Middle East go to say their country is better while living in London, you know? I know that, you know, Turkey isn't really in the Middle East, but, you know, we'll say halfsies there. Halfsies, half and half. But that is the purpose of London. It is the place for like revivalists to go to you know, talk about, yeah. Israelis, Turkish, etc. They love London. They love London. They love complaining. Also Russians. Well, I mean, you know, Russians are all over the place. Hmm. One second. There's different types of kebab. In Turkey, doner is the predominant form of kebab. In the Levant, kofta kebab is very popular. Yeah, I don't really know much about like the different types. I think I've just had Americanized kebab in my life. I don't think I've ever had something that would come close to like a real kebab experience. So, yeah, I want to try more. That'd be nice. I'm going to Spain soon. Maybe they'll have some kebab there. You know, maybe. I see everything, Honta F. Pretty vague, Nest Scissors. Hold on. Berman, are you talking so loud with the cats? They can't speak English. So, like, there's a lot of historical context that's important with Jeremy's, but there's a... Wait, what is that in reference to? Historical context is important everywhere. That's the case everywhere. What do you mean? Um, are you going to Barcelona? It's one of my favorite cities. Yes. Can we laugh at how goofy Rabbi Shmuley is? No. I genuinely think Rabbi Shmuley is like a Nazi who does the fake op stuff entirely to like I think he plays an anti-Semitic caricature purely to or like I guess it doesn't really matter whether or not he does because that's the consequence of what he's doing. You know, it seems like he exists almost entirely to drive hate against Jewish people generally. Which so I don't like talking about him because like it's not even just like a Zionist thing. Like he's not even representative of the Zionist attitude. You can go see plenty of psycho shit from more normal people. He just seems like that just seems to be what he does. I don't know. It seems weird. Finally, he's a giant op one of these days. If you're a fan of lamb, be sure to get authentic kofta kebab shits fire. Lamb is so good. I love Hero. I will not, Benjamin. I don't watch debates because they're funny. Shmuley debated atheist back in the Dawkins Hitchens area. He was very brain dead back then too. Damn, fucking really? The voice actress for the Unknown, that character in Dead by Daylight, fucking died? Like the one that... Oh, man. Imagine one of the last things you do on this earth being embroiled in stupid drama. She had a fucking autoimmune disease? Wasn't she like 30? Jesus. GAD65 based non-paraneoplastic limbic autoimmune encephalitis. Yeah, that sounds pretty damaging. I guess. Stiff person syndrome. That just sounds silly, but yeah. My autoimmune markers are off the charts. That fucking sucks. Autoimmune diseases don't give a fuck about your age. Yep, yeah, you shut down the bodily process. That's pretty much that. Yeah. The who? There was some recent drama because she's a trans woman and she did voice acting for a character in the Dead by Daylight game, and the chuds were like, "Whoa, this is transphobic." So, or like it was. I don't even remember the details. It was stupid and meaningless. It's just unfortunate that like she was duped into doing that. No, she was not duped into doing that. Yeah, really unfortunate. Hmm. I thought that turned out to be a nothing burger. Yeah, the drama was just made up. It was completely manufactured by conservatives. There was nothing like, um, there was nothing substantial to it at all. The idea of your own body attacking itself is the craziest thing to me. Yeah, my understanding is that we don't really have a we don't really have a good understanding of how to protect people from autoimmune stuff. Most of the medicine that we give people is just kind of like a supplement to the existing systems that bodies protect themselves with. Like a lot of it really is up to the body itself, and like you can just kind of like tweak values from the outside with different medicine or with some procedures. But it's pretty blunt. Like it's pretty like brute force like medicine for the most part. Whereas the autoimmune system is really like nuanced and complicated and capable of doing a lot of work. We can just kind of like support it from the outside. So if the autoimmune thing itself is the problem, then it's pretty difficult to do anything about. I mean, that's why HIV was such an issue, right? Nowadays we've kind of we haven't cured HIV or AIDS, but you know, we've done remarkable work in in minimizing its transmittability and its lethality to the point where with the right medicine you can basically live a normal life and never transmit it to anyone. Um Yeah, exactly, Vermin. It's just so variable. I don't even know how medicine would even like fix it, basically. Ah, that sucks, Skynet. Well, she did a lot of good while she was here, at least. HIV is immune deficiencies. No, I know it's different. I'm just saying, like, in terms of, you know. Goddamn hate. This has 42 likes, Skelly Communist. Who cares? I don't even know what this is. Do you really, Benjamin? That sucks. I'm sorry. Fucking scary shit, man. Oh, Frost Throne. I saw this. This is potentially a pretty big deal. Palestinian doctor Ghassan Abu Sita denied entry into France. Dr. Abu Sita, who worked for a month and a half at the Palestinian enclave at the start of the war, was turned away on arrival at Paris's Charles de Gaulle airport on Saturday. Weren't they supposed to speak? Weren't they supposed to speak to Parliament? Like, weren't they going in for that? Or am I thinking of a different guy who got banned? Border security forces blame the German authorities, who also prevented him from entering their soil in mid-April when he was due to take part in a conference on Palestine in Berlin. Maybe that's what I'm thinking of. Germany had banned him from obtaining a visa for 1 year in the entirety of the Schengen area. Man, things are bad in America, but at least we haven't reached the point of, like, literally barring people from entering the country for being pro-Palestine. That's insane. Subscribe to continue reading. To a French paper? Ridiculous. Jesus Christ. The arrogance. The Saudis are also cracking down on anti-Israel sentiment. You know, this is really not going to help Saudi Arabia with their negotiations with the Houthis and their like detente with Iran. Anti-Israel social media posts. Not terribly surprising, I guess. It is like an authoritarian government. I mean, Saudis don't have a lot of people to actually care about this shit, though. Yeah, like I said, Saudi society doesn't exist. Um, they want to like normalize relations with Israel, but they kind of can't do that while also, Saudi Arabia is in a pretty tough position right now. I mean, here it says right here, Iran-Israel tensions. Why Saudi Arabia and the UAE are walking a tightrope. Yeah. Hmm. They're always trying. No wonder. Leeds University doctoral candidate Salma al-Shabaab was sentenced in 2022 to 34 years in prison for social media posts demanding human rights. Our greatest ally in the Middle East. What do you worship your goddess? What the fuck are you talking about? Why are you posting weird shit? Get out of here. It's like a bot. The primary reason the Saudis can't normalize relations with Israel is solely that it happens to be the country where Mecca and Medina are. I mean, it's also that like Saudi Arabia has kind of, I feel like, given up on opposing the Iran-backed elements in the Middle East to a large extent, right? Like they can't even deal with the Houthis, let alone like Iran broadly. Saudi Arabia has to understand that like it is a cultureless petrostate that will always be sort of dominated in popular favor by the Shiites, and to that extent, they kind of have to just like gird their loins and sit the fuck down for a while. And it's difficult to do that because Israel keeps like stirring up tensions in the area. Man, Israel just so good for Middle Eastern stability, just fantastic stuff. Trinity College is in the center of Dublin. They want to diversify from oil and need Israeli tech for that. They won't. They won't be able to. I don't think the Saudi government in its current form could possibly do that. And Dublin made a tourist tax and see it draping Palestinian flags. Nice. Ireland's been pretty good about Palestine. Close that. Who linked this to me? I don't give a fuck about what Naftali Bennett has to say. Are you kidding me? My God. If
you're anti-Zionist, are you also anti-Semitic?
No. Good question. Good question. Simple answer. Nice.
The short answer is yes.
Oh, okay. Well, I was wrong. Sorry, guys. All right. Tried my best. Saudi Arabia also wants that Israeli desalination technology to make farms in the desert. It's not going to happen. It will genuinely not happen. Saudi Arabia is Saudi Arabia is such an unstable. The climate forces working against Saudi Arabia are so overwhelmingly powerful that I doubt even with like an America level investment, they could meaningfully ward it off. Remember when we saw the flooding at Dubai just a little while ago? That area is so susceptible to climate change, and the changes have already happened like massively. It's not a future thing. It's already happening. Most of Saudi Arabia is worthless. It's some of the most worthless land in the world. Their deserts are just useless for human development. The energy cost of desalination on the level that they would need to do any meaningful reclamation in the area would be prohibitively expensive. Like they could do it a little bit. I just don't know if they could. I don't know. I don't know. Do you think some sort of actual nation state could be built there? Or is it just destined to return to warlordism? No, it's not destined to return to warlordism. It just can't. It just can't exist indefinitely as this like hyper stratified, top down petrostate forever. It just can't do that forever. You can make sandcastles? No, you can't. Not enough water. Doesn't desalination create some brine that is really difficult to dispose of? It depends on the technology that you use, but desalination is very difficult. It's very energy intensive. Yeah, I saw about Varoufakis being banned. Yeah, it's pretty insane. Turn the sand into glass and construction materials. You can't. That sand is not good for construction or for glass, or for anything. It's not. It's useless sand. they've got the bad sand. Would a research stream be valuable for Saudi Arabia? I have literally no clue about its history. Sure, I'll give you like a really quick summary, okay? There were warlords and kingdoms for a while, and then the West discovered oil there, and then some of the warlords and kingdoms kind of consolidated and sort of like operated the area while Western oil extraction continued. And then the warlords were like, "Hey, actually, we're a kingdom now. Okay, my name is Saud, and we're a kingdom now. Also, we're taking the oil, and please don't come after us. Here's a bunch of money and tax benefits. Please don't come after us. Please don't invade us. It's our oil now. Please let us." And that's how Saudi Aramco, Saudi Aram, what is it? American or what's the? Now it just gets called Aramco in a lot of. But what was the Aram again? Arabian American Oil Company. Yeah, it was originally like Saudi Arabia. Right now is just Saudi Aramco. It makes 50 bajillion, squadrillion, majillion dollars every second. And this is Saudi Arabia. Like this, functionally, this is Saudi Arabia, you know? Like the power of the kingdom, the power of the House of Saud comes from the fact that they control the revenue from Aramco. That's it. That's why it's called Saudi Aramco, by the way, because originally it was Aramco, and then the Saudis took it over. Can you make the useless sand into useful sand? No, it's made of the wrong materials. Yeah, it's like it's a company town that became a country, you know? Functionally, it kind of is, you know? And likewise, it's completely authoritarian with no like democracy or freedom whatsoever. How did that sand even come to exist? I think it was made of rocks at one point. Here's a population map of Saudi Arabia. Yeah, the majority of it is like 10 people per square kilometer. And it's just like a few settlements out there in the desert. It's pretty wild. Is Saudi Arabia an example of a functioning worker self-enterprise? Yes, it's socialism. Well, it's both, Benjamin. My understanding is that the material of the sand makes it difficult to use for stuff like glass or anything that you would use sand for in like a chemical process. And the fact that the sand is so fine means you can't use it for construction because it's too smooth. Basically, this desert has been around for 50 squadrillion years, which means that all of the sand here is too fine. It's like perfectly smooth, meaning that you can't use it in construction because the main purpose of sand in construction is to be used as like a granular material and stuff like concrete. But if the sand is too smooth, it doesn't work because it's so smooth that it doesn't like there's no grip basically. What about glass? Well, like I said, I don't think the composition of the sand is good for it. You know, you need like a certain kind of quartz. You can get different types of sand with different types of, or sorry, different types of glass with different types of sand. Are the Saudi Arabian people just doomed the moment oil is no longer enough to hold the country together? Yes. The country will collapse like pretty quickly when this stops being. Why do you think Saudi Arabia and the other petrostates are so desperate to turn their nations into tourism dependent? You know, why Dubai? You know, why the line? Why are there like 50 Gulf state mega projects going on that are all like grifts at any point in time? Why Mecca? You know, why turn that into a fucking resort? The whole point of all of it is because they're trying desperately to make tourism their main trade because they all know that the writing is on the wall for oil prices. It might last now or a decade from now or 3 decades from now, but eventually, like it will not take. Tourism isn't good, though. Well, tourism is fine if you don't mind your population suffering for it. And they could have lived off Mecca fine without changing it to this monstrosity. Can you think of another major reason why Mecca might not be a sustainable long-term project under the current, like, Wahhabist Kingdom of Saud? You know, there's a whole big population of Muslims that are not allowed. You know, when you're going to Mecca, they ask you if you're Shiite. Like, there are Saudi police that will literally go through your social media if you're going on a pilgrimage to Mecca, and they'll determine whether or not you're Shiite, and they'll turn you away, or potentially can't you be Shia? Wait, did they change that? Oh, hold on, then my info might be out of date. Hold on, did they change that? Like, for tourism purposes? I might be thinking that there are certain ways they go there that they get blocked off from. Okay, never mind. I'm completely off on this then. My apologies. I must be misremembering something that I heard. I do know that there are many Shiites who don't go to Mecca because of the antagonistic relationship between Saudi Arabia and Shiites, because they get treated poorly in a lot of ways. But yeah, okay. I wonder what I'm misremembering then. Okay. That's to be expected, TBH. Yeah, well, you know, Saudi Arabia is not exactly like an uncontroversial center of the Muslim world. Well, we go there since it is our duty as Shiites, but Saudis react very harshly to Shias. They hit you if you pray on a stone or take the stone away. They assault and take the headgear from our clerics sometimes. Okay, yeah, I'm looking at stuff online, and it's like, yeah, Shiites can go, but like, here's 50,000 stories of the Saudi police treating you poorly. Okay, stuff like that. All right. Iranians were killed in Hajj before. Yeah, I know about the 87 Mecca incident. Yeah, I mean more recently than that. But okay, yeah. I'm happy that I misspoke, or I'm happy that I was wrong on that because it prompted me to look it up, and now I'm right on it. Do the Saudis have morality police? I don't. Do they have morality police? I think they have. I think it's just their police. I don't know. Do they have a separate infrastructure for that? Saudi morality police. Do they have Islamic police specifically, or? Oh no, they do. Oh wow! Back in 26, amid the rise of Wahhabism, of course. I thought they'd been integrated and it was just like the police, but yeah, okay. I'm not visiting Saudi Arabia anytime soon. God damn. They used to, but it was stripped of its authority in 2016. Do you know why Mecca isn't a sovereign state like Vatican City is? Because it just isn't, you know? The Vatican basically had like its own army and its own political influence. No matter what happened in Italy, like the Vatican City had like any attempt by the Italians to just seize the Vatican City would have probably resulted in Italy being buried under like all of Christendom's armies, you know? Even after Mussolini took control of Italy, he was afraid to, because the Vatican was a holdout in Italy, and Mussolini knew that he would like lose the mandate of heaven if he like stormed it. So there was a standoff for years where the Vatican and Mussolini were both at odds with each other. There's no institutional Muslim equivalent to the Catholic Church. Yeah. There's no like head of Mecca. Like the Pope is unique in that he's like the head of, you know, the Catholicism, you know. I mean, you have your anti-popes and stuff, but yeah, it's not really centralized in that way. Mecca is a site, not like a religious authority. Now, if there was like a caliphate or whatever that was centered at Mecca, then that would be one thing. But you know, they keep trying to do this caliph stuff. They take it up, you know, they try to get it up off the ground. Doesn't work out, you know. There was a temporary ban on Iranians going for Umrah to Saudi Arabia. That might be what you thought as a Shia ban. Oh, maybe this is what I was thinking of. First Iran group in 9 years heads to Saudi Arabia for Umrah pilgrimage. And this was just like a few weeks ago. Okay, so they've been banning Iranians for a while. Okay. After Italian reunifications, the papal states ceased to exist, but it was only in the treaty with the 20s, the fascist Italy, the modern city-state of Vatican City was born. Yeah. But like the standoff was a product not of like the actual borders, but rather the sort of like cultural power of the Vatican. You know, I don't think Mussolini controlled the Vatican like in fact, right? It was just like a technically what are the lines kind of thing. The Italian government also agreed to give the Roman Catholic Church financial compensation for the loss of the papal states. Nice. Well, we do love our reparations, don't we, folks? Vosh, when the Kingdom of Italy took Rome from the Pope, the king used Jewish soldiers. Really? Um, Kingdom Italy took Rome, Jewish soldiers. The capture of Rome in 1870, the final event in the unification of Italy, marking both the final defeat of the Papal States under Pope Pius IX and the unification of most of the Italian peninsula under the Kingdom of Italy, a constitutional monarchy. Is that true, or is that a is that like might be? Hmm. Yeah. While these measures satisfied the international community, including Catholic countries, Pius refused to accept the law, proclaiming himself a prisoner in the Vatican. For nearly 60 years thereafter, relations between the papacy and the Italian government were hostile, and the status of the Pope became known as the Roman Question. Negotiations for the settlement of the Roman question began in 26 between the government of fascist Italy and the Holy See, culminated in the Lateran Pacts. Wild stuff, huh? Saudis took Mecca from the Sharifate of Mecca, run by the Hashemite dynasty. The king of Jordan, Abdullah, is a member of this family. The British gave his family Jordan as compensation. We love reparations, don't we, folks? How far back does this go? Okay, up until the Saudis would have taken it, yeah. God damn, man. So much history in the Middle East. It's crazy how the Middle East was like the Middle East had so much culture for so long, and in the past century, it's been almost completely supplanted by militant Islamic extremism and fucking like Western-backed petrostates. And that's like all of that like history, like the cradle of the Abrahamic faith, you know, the cradle of civilization in a lot of ways. Just like okay, it's all like ISIS and fake you know like fake cultural leaders backed by the West for oil, and that's it. What is Wahhabism? It's like a radical, very orthodox, like kind of bullshit. It's a very conveniently orthodox form of Islam that is propagated by the Saudi state in such a way as to maintain control over the population. You know, yeah. Islamic evangelicism is probably the best way of saying it. Yeah. The Jewish guy was the officer in charge of the operation, so that it was not a Catholic giving the order to attack the city. It happened because the Pope said he would excommunicate the officer who orders/commands the attack on Rome, so the Italian army just put a Jewish officer in charge. That's really funny. You know? That's really, really funny. That's like a Return of the King, I am no man move right there, you know? The Pope firing his excommunication beam from the highest window of the highest tower of the Vatican, finding it like deflecting off of the you know, the kippa on the commander giving the order. Uh, uh, Iran and Saudi Arabia destroy any pre-Islamic archaeological findings the second they're discovering their border. It's fucking heartbreaking. Yeah, yeah, it's pretty fucking bad. Yeah. My excommunicator failed. Yeah. So that's what they're there for. Yeah, it's armor. I mean, it's like a helmet, you know. All right, we're being goofy goobers right now. You all know that. Hold on. What if we talked about something fun, like a nice, casual, warm spring day? Unprecedented heat wave across the Indian subcontinent and Southeast Asia. The whole region's turned to a raging inferno. Yeah, I knew about this primarily because I saw artists from the Philippines drawing their OCs, like sweating in bed, waving a fan. You know, this is how I found out about that. I wish I learned about more news that way, to be honest. Yeah, this is pretty bad. Nepal 42 degrees. Oh my god. Myanmar 45. Let me just bust out my American units calculator for just a moment, if I may. 45 degrees Celsius in real units. 113 degrees Fahrenheit over here in Myanmar. That's great. 113 degrees. That's super cool. Is this the are these the high temperatures, or was this just like at a snapshot in time, this is how warm it was, you know? Hey, listen, okay? Dengist coastal development be damned. It sure is nice to be in the underdeveloped backwater of China right now, huh? You know? There's still, unbeknownst to the media, there's still 50 million, like, Chinese peasants doing subsistence farming that think that, like, Mao is still beating back the Japanese on the eastern coast. They're just, like, chilling, you know? It's nice and cozy over here. They're just living life, you know? That's Tibet. Not all of that is Tibet. I don't know what they're doing in Tibet right now. But yeah, the mountains are definitely protecting them from the heat. The Cultural Revolution is still happening to them. Yeah, over here, tens of millions of Chinese peasants are still running around throwing rocks at sparrows. That's what they're up to. They're like, what a crisp, roughly 30 degree in Fahrenheit day. I could never remember that any. Yeah. That's the Tibetan Plateau. Yeah, I know. I know this is where the mountains are. These are the most famous mountains in the world. Vosh, that is Tibet. This whole green area is not Tibet. Come on, guys. Yes, I know. Free Tibet. Thank you. Look, okay? You know what they're doing over there in Tibet? Okay? You know what they're doing over there in Tibet? Getting slaughtered by Lara Croft. Anyone been watching the... Yes, it is. Oh my fucking god. It literally is, Vosh. Okay, are Tibet's borders smaller in my head? Hold on 1 second. I'm gonna get really pedantic with you guys because you're really annoying me right now, okay? All right? I'm remembering a much smaller area than the entirety of that section. Are you guys fucking kidding me right now? Are you fucking kidding me right now? Please tell me that the Tibet Autonomous Region is not the same as Tibet, like, broadly. Please tell me that this is not what you guys were referring to. This is fully a fucking third of the area we were pointing at. I hate you. I know where Tibet is, okay? This whole area right here, you think China doesn't have mountains? That Tibet is the entirety of the... I'm not letting you get me down. I'm not letting you get... I'm in, yes. Streaming. It's a good job. It's a good job. Whew. All right. Okay, I'm here. I'm here now. All right, I'm not mad. I'm not mad. I'm good. Positive vibes for the end of the world. Positive vibes for the end of the world. Whew. I was referring to this. Oh, okay. The, like, Tibetan Empire circa 700 AD. Which, yeah, that would line up a lot better. Okay, my apologies, guys. You were referring to the 700 AD Tufan Tibetan Empire. My apologies, okay? You know, we were distinguishing it from the Tang Dynasty, all right? Okay, my apologies, my apologies. All right, I was wrong. I'm learning, and I'm living. All right. Yeah, this is pretty hot, huh? That's pretty hot. Are you laughing and loving too? All the time. Yeah, so about the whole end of the world thing. This is pretty bad. I take it there were also droughts going on in this region. Gradient minimum systematic night was 20 green to Gotcha. Inside an oven, sweltering heat ravages crops and takes lives in Southeast Asia. Governments issue health warnings as schools shut and crops fail, with fears that worse is to come as heat wave tightens grip. Man, it really is awesome how the West got to enjoy all the benefits of industrialization like a little bit earlier. So we get to be fully industrialized at the expense of the planet, and now the least industrialized parts of the world get to suffer for it. You know, that's pretty cool. I mean, in fairness, this isn't just the least industrialized parts of the world, right? Like, this is pretty much all of Southeast Asia. This is like 3 billion people. Guys, this is almost half of the population of the planet. Indonesia, the Philippines, the populated regions of China, India. This is like this is like, yeah, like half the world right here. Probably more than half. Yeah, probably is, honestly. Fuck. Most of them don't even have air conditioning. Yeah. Both the Philippines and Bangladesh shut schools due to an unbearable heat wave. Last month, while governments across the region have issued health warnings, in Thailand, at least 30 people have died from heat stroke since the start of the year. Jesus Christ. Hold on one second. Just had to respond to something. There we go. It's pretty bad. The amount of suffering is kind of unimaginable. Yeah, it kind of is. Bangladesh experienced its hottest April ever recorded, with daily maximum temperatures between 2 degrees and 8 degrees Celsius hotter than the 33.2 degree Celsius average daily high for the month. Cool. In Myanmar, 48.2 degrees Celsius was reached in the town of Chowk in central Magwe region, the hottest April temperature since records began. Cool. Go up a paragraph. Oh, how could I miss the extreme weather has seen durian fruit burst on trees in Thailand, destroying rice crops, causing eggs to shrink, according to local media. The heat has been cited as a factor that led to an ammunition blast in Cambodia that killed 20 soldiers at an army base last weekend. Jesus Christ. In Vietnam, 102 weather stations reported record highs. Can somebody find me that website where it tracks the, like, ocean temperature per year on average over the world, and then you see, like, in 2023 it was way higher than every other, and the spike at the beginning of 2024 was even higher than that? Can somebody find that site for me? Excuse me. Can we set off a volcano to reduce global temperatures? I mean, you joke, but we're almost certainly going to be doing geoengineering to solve this. The global economy can't really survive this at its continuing rate of worsening, you know? It can't really. This? Hold on. Yeah, this one right here, but I want like a new one because this is from May 2023. See? The black line is the mean, and then this dark orange is 2022, and then this dark red is 2023, but I want like the active ongoing one. This one, sea surface temperature? No, it's formatted like the one we're looking at right here. ClimateReanalyzer.org seems to be where it's from. So if somebody could find that. Good, but not quite. Here's one with 2024. Promising. Oh, there we go. Yeah, that'll do. Thank you. Whoo boy. You know, what's the hopium lining here? Stop asking me that. This is the first time that our classes have been suspended because of the hot weather, she said. We have 47 students in our class. Even with electric fans, it's still hot. And usually there are only 2 electric fans switched on because ceiling fans in some of the rooms are broken. After 9 or 10 in the morning, the water becomes too hot and the ducks don't want to go in it anymore. They just go in the shade and hide under the trees. Jesus. In normal weather, 80 to 90% of young ducks will lay eggs, but now when it's so hot, it's down to 60% or even down to 50%. Yeah, I mean, a lot of these areas are going to be hitting the wet bulb temperature. I mean, they are hitting the wet bulb temperature. It's, you know, it's not just the mass deaths either. It's just that, like, everything shuts down when things get this bad. I don't even know. There's not even anything you can really do about it. There's no human technology that's capable of, like, powering 4 billion people through that. That's just not something we have. What's the wet bulb temperature? The wet bulb temperature is the point where you can no longer really sweat, and and then you die. We need a new term for wet bulb temperature that implies how dangerous it is. Yeah, it's like a scientific term that's being applied. That you know, we're talking about like human safety basically. Sweating is the mechanism that you use to cool down because you sweat and then the water evaporates and takes heat from your skin with it. But if the heat is too high or the humidity is too high or some combination of them, sweating no longer really works anymore, and you reach the wet bulb temperature, and you can't lose weight. You can't lose temperature anymore, basically. So you just like you're on like a like path to being cooked there. Millions of students across the Philippines ordered to stay home. Millions switching to online lessons. At least we have the infrastructure for that. Cold showers for the win. Yeah, but a lot of these people can't even take cold showers, right? A lot of their like think of where that water is coming from, you know? The water staying cold would mean that it would have to be pretty deep underground and not be subject to that warmth. And that's not always the case. Like sometimes the water that they pull it from water's underground. Not always. It depends on where it's stored, you know? Sometimes there's like a, you know, minimum temp that you can get that water down to, and it's not even that high. Do you think there's tech that can be invented to reverse this? Well, we can do geoengineering. Most countries use water towers. Yeah, it really depends on the area, you know, and where it's stored. It's still infinitely easier to do than making colonies on Mars. Oh, well, yeah, we have the tech for geoengineering if we want to. Like we don't even need like modern tech that much, you know. We could, you know, it's pretty easy to do if you wanted to. How does it work? We spray shit into the sky that reflects a portion of the sun's light back, and we reduce the amount of light that hits the Earth, thereby reducing the total heat in the system. Good luck, kid, with your frozen shorts or swim trunks or whatever. What? Why aren't we doing that already? Because it doesn't actually fix the issue with it doesn't fix the issue with the greenhouse gases that trap heat. So if you start, first of all, like there are like it's this is we're talking like planet altering technology here, you know. But like, if we ever stopped doing the geoengineering, there would be a rubber banding effect where the temperature would rapidly catch up to the point that it would have been if we had never done it at all. It would be worse. So it has to be like paired with an actual reduction in the climate change or in the greenhouse gas propagation. I just can't imagine how uncomfortable it is. This sounds like a weird sort of point to pull to as well, but you guys should think about stuff like this when you talk about or when you think about the arguments that racists make about civilizational development or technology or IQ or anything else. Can you imagine like how difficult it would be and on any individual level to excel in an environment where it's so uncomfortably hot, like to begin with, like let alone everything else, right? But like I can't imagine it does very much for like the students doing their schoolwork or anything like that, you know? And it's like so much of this is environmental that, you know, we're worsening. Oh, hello. Yeah, 100 degrees with no AC, now learn math, exactly. I've heard that too, BB Noy, yeah. That we were accidentally doing geoengineering with the chemicals that were in the fuel we burned in boats, and we've stopped doing that, so now things are like like heating up very rapidly, you know? Gotta go back. Gotta return. AC is the only reason people still live in Florida. Fuck Florida. What about Arizona, you know? Hmm. Keep in mind, we're just looking at a few news articles here, but we are talking about a heat wave that's affecting like half the population of the planet. So, you know, think of all the news articles that we read on something like, you know, right-wing protester drives car through crowd, and then remember that that's like 200 people were there, and now we're talking about 4 billion people at minimum. So just keep that in mind as we get these little snapshots. Yeah, I remember reading this, I think. We've been accidentally geoengineering the Earth for decades. We have to go back. We have to go back. It turned out the sulfur dioxide being emitted by the ships wasn't simply making air quality worse, it was also seeding low-lying ocean clouds, brightening them and causing them to reflect sunlight away from the planet to cool things down. We need to. We need to load artillery with giant fucking reflective particles. We need to fire glitter into the high atmosphere. It's the only way. So we made it worse by using a cleaner burning fuel? Yes. Would bringing back 80s hairspray help? Maybe it would. Who knows? You don't know if you don't try. Can we do cloud seeding on a massive scale? Yes. We could. It's just whether or not we want to. We have better chemicals to do this than sulfur dioxide, Jossie the Lib. We have less destructive chemicals for cloud seeding. You can use seawater for cloud seeding. Yeah, you can, can't you? You just need anything up there in the air, right? If you're firing seawater, you know, what we need to do is build a colossal railgun that just constantly sprays seawater up in the air. That's what we need. Why don't we just make a massive mirror like in Futurama? I mean, that is a proposed idea. It's not impossible either. That is like a doable thing. Be expensive. Yeah, it's called the albedo of the Earth. It's important, and it shrunk because of the ice caps. The ice caps reflected the most amount of light on Earth, and them shrinking fucked us up. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Like the process is accelerating. Real Engineering has a video on cloud seeding in the space lens. I'm sure he does. He's great. No joke, sailboats with seawater jets could do a lot. Probably, yeah. Is that true, Curse These Metal Hands? They're still cool, though. I just know if we weren't under the whims of corporations and countries actually band together, we could fix this. Well, no, the real issue here is that any effort that we do to seed the clouds is going to have a very strong impact on the water cycle for this planet, which means that invariably some countries are going to be pretty nervous if they like really rely on a specific cycle. For example, like if they understand that, you know, any change to it could really fuck them up. That it's very possible that any changes made could disproportionately affect them negatively. No matter what happens, the West will be fine because we're the West. We have the money and the power. But if you're in like Indonesia and it's like, oh, actually, like it's very possible that the rain season will be changed and you're just going to have like a perma-drought now. You know, you just like the climate of your area might be irreparably changed. Like it's not even like a cycle thing you weather through. It's just like, no, you don't get that anymore. You don't get enough rain to sustain the current like climate over there. So people would be nervous about it. Yeah, or it rains too much, you know, can also happen. Sounds good, doesn't work. Well, no, it could work. It's just, you know, it's spooky is the thing, you know? It could work, but it's spooky. Hush. There's a perma drought in central Cali. I grew up in Cali. Trust me, I know about it. Yeah, Benjamin, carbon capture technology still seems to be kind of a meme. Unless something like really magical changes about it. I don't know if that's going to be the case. It seems like our bets here are pretty much like reflect a bunch of the sunlight through cloud seeding or... Yeah, pretty much that, huh? Keir Starmer believes in carbon capture. Of course he does. He's a fucking stooge for business. And carbon capture is like the technology that least implicates corporations or changes the status quo. Well, anyway, I think we're just doom scrolling at this point. Much as it might be valid given the conditions, you know? Check this out. Carbon recapture plant in Iceland uses geothermal power. It's, yeah, I mean, it's just like, this doesn't really... The facility consists of 8 collector containers with an annual capture capacity of 500 tons each. Annual capture capacity of 500 tons. This whole facility, 8 of them, so what, 4,000 tons per year of carbon captured? It like that's like nothing, you know? That's like yeah, I don't know. I mean, it's all from like geothermal, so I guess it's kind of free, but it's nothing. What do you do with the carbon capture? You like bury it underground or something. You have to like store it too, you know? Exactly, Noel. It's a fucking start at least. Sure. Yeah, it's just it's a start. It's like it's a start in the sense of like, I don't know, you're using a vacuum to suck up dust from the edges of a collapsed building that people are screaming inside of, you know? I don't necessarily think the vacuum is hurting, but there's probably other, you know, it's probably, you know, unless some magic happens. I just don't know what magic could make this viable, largely because of the storage element of it, you know? Um, I mean, they probably used so much carbon, or sorry, they emitted so much carbon just in producing the facility. Like the concrete needed to build it takes a lot of, emits a lot of carbon dioxide. The steel, like they probably, it's like you make like an electric car, and it's like, okay, maybe this will save this, how much did it take to make the car relative to how much you save? It's mostly an electricity cost. Yeah, but, I mean, I guess maybe in Finland, a lot of their electricity comes from renewable sources, but that carbon is sold to use in industry, I guess. Storage isn't an issue. There's tons of spaces that you could use for it. It's also essential to get to net zero. The ICCC has no scenarios where we get to net zero without it. I don't know how it's essential to get to. I just we no technology exists to even remotely scale this to the necessary level. I don't know. Yeah, exactly, Andy. It's just so much. We're dealing with such a scale. Right now, it's a scale problem, but massive investment can make a big difference. No, 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 no. It couldn't. The problem isn't we need more money being put into this. We need a totally different technology doing it. Like whatever this is, running 24/7, using energy, constructing the facility. Like it's not just a matter of like, well, we just need a bigger one. It's that like this is fundamentally unviable. This rate of processing, this will never work at scale. You'd be building facilities the size of cities. Um, so we would need some other way of doing it. I don't really know. No, the technology we have needs to increase in efficiency, but it needs to by orders of magnitude, not just like we need to tweak out the efficiency a little bit, but like by enormous amounts. And even then, I don't know what we do with all that stored carbon. The logistics of transporting all that carbon would be massive on its own. Yeah, but that's how solar started. Yeah, but it's different with solar because with solar you're reaching up to a maximum optimal amount of energy per like photon that strikes the voltaic panel, right? Like there you're talking we're not talking orders of magnitude in the same way. Like what this would need this would need to be like 1,000 times more effective. And even then, so what are you going to do with all the stored carbon? Just store it? Well, we can't just store all of that. Turn it into construction bricks? That doesn't okay. They use the carbon to build super materials. They don't need 50 billion tons of carbon to build super material. That's not how it's do you know how much energy it would take just transporting all of that, let alone the physical storage space? Launch it into the sun with a railgun? Well, that might work. Can we store the collected carbon like we would nuclear waste? Sure, it would just take, we would need like millions of times more space. We have carbon-based materials, it's called wood. Yeah, but stored carbon isn't the same as wood. Fuck off. Here. Capture, transport. Pumping it through pipelines, the cheapest form of transportation, is a well-known, reliable technology. There are 5,800 kilometers of CO2 pipelines in the U.S. transporting CO2 to oil production fields where the CO2 is injected to help produce more oil. Oh, well, that's great. That's great that's a great use case for reducing use the carbon to extract more oil that then goes back in the atmosphere. Um, CO2 can be stored in two main ways. Deep ocean storage will increase ocean acidification, which is not good. Geological formations are considered the most promising storage sites. Man, like, we're talking millions of tons of CO2, you know? And keep in mind, this CO2 is being stored in gas form. Or geosequestration, a technique. CO2 is converted into a high-pressure liquid-like form known as supercritical CO2 that behaves like a runny liquid. So we're literally just going to, like, inject millions of tons of hyper-compressed climate change gas so deep pressurized that it's like a liquid. What happens if there's an earthquake? Like, unironically, you know, if there's an earthquake that fucks up a nuclear radioactive material storage facility, then it's just, okay, you go down there and fix the cracks, right? Like, it's not like all of the radioactive material like explodes outward and instantly like goes up into the atmosphere or whatever. Unminable coal, which is coal too deep or difficult to mine, can be used to store CO2. Oh, great. Wouldn't that just end up being like the carbon gases being released by pockets in glacial ice? I mean, I just don't think it's like a good long-term strategy. Back in my days, we called carbon capture trees. Yeah, well, that works too. I did my thesis on carbon capture storage. There's enough room for storage for all the CO2 emitted since the Industrial Revolution, and the safety concerns are minimal. Okay, you could be right on that. I just don't buy it. I just genuinely don't think, like, yeah, no problems, we can just store 50 squadrillion tons of hyper-pressurized carbon dioxide. I don't believe that. Maybe. And that doesn't solve the problem of actually getting it out of the atmosphere. But, you know. Have you considered diamonds? It's CO2, not just carbon. We can all just hold our breath. That's also true. The tech can't be scaled. Okay, just a second. We need to move on from this because I've actually been very rude, and we're having people on in a second. Okay, hold on just a second. Okay, hold on. How much power does this take, Orca? Orca carbon capture power drain. Power use. Please tell me this information is publicly available. How many watts? This equates roughly to the emissions from 870 cars. Nice. It doesn't say here. How much energy does it take to run these? Yeah, ENG, but not everything can be powered by geothermal. I still want to know how much energy it takes. The first minute of Adam's video explains why the cost is absurd. Bill Gates is big on this. Well, yeah, which is an argument against it. Hello, Adam something.
Carbon capture isn't real. Wait, yes it is. Here in Switzerland, a giant new machine is sucking carbon directly from the air. Developers say the plant will capture about 900 tons of CO2 annually, or the approximate level released from 200 cars. Or how about the world's largest carbon capture plant, Orca in Iceland, designed to filter up to 4,000 tons of CO2 a year. Yes, these projects do exist and they do suck CO2 out of the atmosphere, but carbon capture, as advertised, still isn't real. Let me explain. So the Orca each year captures
Vosh, this is Adam, something's worst video. He gets everything wrong. This one is much better. Oh, how convenient. And it's a 17-minute video, going beyond my attention span. How convenient. Engineering with Rosie. What did he get wrong? He hasn't said anything like that you could contest yet.
From mind control using psychedelic drugs to satellites that could shoot, and at worst, a fig leaf that allows fossil fuel companies cover to continue burning. So let's dive into the world of DAC, how the technology works, who's doing it, and the controversial role of DAC in our mission to combat climate change. Well, let's assume for a minute that DAC is genuinely aimed at offsetting unavoidable emissions only. Then we must ask, is it the best approach? Alternatives exist, such as tree planting, bioenergy with carbon capture, mineral carbonation, and other carbon utilization methods that I've covered on this channel before. And all of those technologies are likely to end up cheaper than direct air capture. The cost of sequestering a ton of CO2 through DAC today is $1,400 US per ton.
Jesus.
If you do a one-off order through Climeworks website, which as far as I'm aware is the only DAC company allowing purchases of captured CO2 from an existing project today. And if you've got $1,400 to spend per tonne of CO2 abated, there really aren't many sectors that you couldn't decarbonise fully for that. It's throw money at. The hype surrounding DAC right now is strong. A lot of money is being poured into the industry, and a lot of that money comes from companies who have an incentive.
That's not comparable, Benjamin.
Even
the efficiency of solar is about what percentage of the sun's light it can utilize when it hits the photovoltaic panel. The efficiency of this is limited by an actual thermodynamic barrier. It's the same as like desalination, you know? Scrubbing carbon from the air has there is a actual like thermodynamic limit to the efficient. You can't make that 10 times more efficient. It'd be like saying like, you know, bikes aren't efficient enough, we can develop a more efficient bike. And it's like, oh, we can like change the design of the pedals and gear shift so it's 1% more efficient energy-wise. And you're like, no, I want to make it 10 times more efficient. How? You can't make a bike 10 times more efficient. It's not possible. You're at a limit thermodynamically to how like to what can be done there, you know?
Stated intention to use DAC to divert attention away from decarbonisation and thereby delay real progress on climate change. DAC isn't a technology for today, it's a technology we need to be ready in 20 years. And in technology adoption timeframes, that is a bloody long time. Think how much our energy technologies have changed since 2003, when only rich hippies had solar panels on their roofs. DAC is on track to be there when we need it, without any need to get involved in greenwashing type projects like enhanced oil recovery or complicated government subsidies for projects that put more CO2 into the atmosphere than they ever took out of it, as has been the case with so many previously subsidized CCS projects. My opinion is that if fossil fuel companies think that they're going to be able to use direct air capture to continue on with business as usual, then there is something terribly wrong with their incentives. Here's my radical idea. Don't pay climate subsidies to projects that result in more CO2 ending up in the atmosphere. To conclude, DAC isn't—
Okay, I don't have a problem with this lady. I just don't understand, like, in terms of viability, like,
4,000 tons of CO2, translating to about 11 tons per day or about half a ton per hour. Capturing 1 ton of CO2 costs 2,650 kilowatt hours, or so they say. Ooh. So here's the problem. The average coal power plant spews out about a kilogram of CO2 per kilowatt hour, meaning to produce those 2,650 kilowatt hours necessary to capture 1 ton of CO2, the average coal power plant has to emit 2.65 tons of CO2. So if you run this carbon capture plant off a coal power plant, you'll capture 1 ton and produce 2.65 tons. If your fossil power plant is the cleanest type, i.e. natural gas, and is brand new and efficient, you'll produce about 1.06 tons, practically breaking even. Hang on a second, we have this thing called green energy. If we run our carbon capture plant off that, we no longer emit CO2. Problem solved, right? And no, if your energy mix contains any amount of fossil fuels, your carbon capture plant will be consuming green energy that could have been used to replace fossil fuel production. So if the carbon capture plant eats 1 megawatt of green energy, now a fossil fuel plant has to increase production by 1 megawatt to cover the whole. And you obviously can't increase green energy production at the turn of a dial. You can't control the wind speed or the sun's brightness. Okay, but what about nuclear? It's zero emission and we can increase production at the turn of a dial. Sure, but we should already be doing that. If you could turn up a nuclear power plant to cover the needs of carbon capture plants, well then why are we bothering with the carbon capture plant to begin with? Let's just turn up the nuclear plant by default to replace fossil fuel production, thereby reducing CO2 emissions. Okay, then what about a power grid that isn't connected to any other power grids and that operates on 100% renewable energy? Like Iceland, where the Orca plant is, not coincidentally. If we plug a carbon capture plant into that grid, that's absolutely a net decrease in CO2, right? No. If Iceland doesn't have enough green surplus to operate Orca, you'll have to build a solar farm, let's say, to supply it. But then why not build a solar farm in other countries to reduce their fossil fuel consumption, thus their CO2 emission? And if Iceland does have enough green surplus to operate Orca, why not just move stuff like server parks or data centers to Iceland from other countries to run them off the green surplus, thereby reducing...
Yeah, I guess the basic argument is that, like, it takes energy to do direct air carbon capture, and it's almost always a better use of that energy to just do the, like, to supply other social needs with the green energy that you're producing, if that makes any sense. I don't think there's literally no value to it whatsoever. It just seems that, like, in an environment where we're in right now, where we're fighting for every percentage point we can get of green energy being covered, or covering our, like, energy demand, it's almost always going to be, like, a better, like, dollar per use, like, efficiency-wise, to do anything else with it, rather than this. I mean, maybe the technology will change, but even then, I still get pretty spooked out by the idea of injecting 50 squadrillion tons of carbon directly into the Earth's crust. I don't know. All right, sorry. This got very myopic. Sorry, this got very, like, yeah, like, very, very wacky, very quickly, okay? Very quickly. All right, very good. Very good. I can't read, Benjamin. You know this. You're aware of this, okay? I've been very rude. I've been very rude. Hello? I am alive somehow. May I call?
Hello.
Yo, what's up?
You know, not much. And it's really good to be with you again.
Yeah.
It's a good Saturday. We went to a birthday party for my daughter and her friends. It's just wonderful. They jumped on trampolines.
God, it's wonderful. Yeah, no, I'm glad that we can take a brief break from the depressing topic of climate change to move into the uplifting and spiritually nourishing topic of the 2024 election cycle.
Yeah, well, I'm definitely here for the positive vibes at the end of the world. I'm buying into that whole framing.
Yeah. We're trying our best. Hey, this is Sam with Progressive Victory. He was on quite recently. Now he's on again. It turns out Summerlee won, but there's more work to do.
Indeed. And I'm here to report back partly on the work that you all did on the Summerlee campaign. So we got in just a few events, we got 180 signups and made almost 10,000 calls. And then she won with 60% of the vote. So there you go. That's democracy in action, baby.
That's pretty fucking good. I gotta say, you know, and I think we can safely attribute literally all of that to the hard work of my community.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, I definitely VGGs is responsible for at least 1,000% of the 100% of the calls made.
I know they know that, but I appreciate you reminding them anyway. No. I hear rumors that there might be more on the horizon.
There is more. I mean, we're in the middle of an election cycle, right? And there's stuff happening all the time. And, you know, I think one of the things that has really propelled me into investing so much of my time and effort into Progressive Victory is just how many people I've met through the work that we're doing who felt like a little bit lost or depressed or isolated and have found a lot of meaning and friendship and positive, like real positive vibes that come out of engaging directly in democracy.
Yeah, I like I've said many times, and it's, you know, I'm glad it continues to be the case, because eventually it won't be, just statistically speaking. But so far, everyone who's messaged me to say that they've done phone banking or canvassing or anything of the sort has reported back and said that it was a very positive experience. You know, one of these days somebody's going to trip down some stairs or stub their toe, and, you know, I'll get a negative report. But for now, for years now, it's been all positive.
Well, I've been wanting to ask. You know, I've been on your streams, you know, many times now actually at this point, and I've never actually gotten to ask you how did you get interested in politics for the first time?
Oh, I had a really good when I was in high school, there was a professor. He was really good. He was young. He was very attractive, which I found compelling on an intellectual level. It was I was in AP comparative government class, and it was basically like Here's the like very basic executive, legislative, and judicial functions of 6 different countries. I think it was America, Britain, Germany, China, Iran, and Russia, I think. It might not have been Germany. It could have been Brazil, actually. I think it was Brazil, not Germany. And it was basically like, okay, so like governments run basically the same way no matter what, because there are basic functions a government has to do no matter what in the modern world. So this is like all the different ways in which they function, with all these little differences. But can you see how, in spite of all that, there's the same like underlying patterns, you know? And I liked it a lot. I enjoyed the class, so I decided to sort of like not go into college for the hard sciences and rather go in for the social sciences. And then I went into poli-sci and hated all the people in my classes, so I switched to sociology.
What were the people in the poli-sci classes like?
I think they had a lot of like, I don't know, it seemed like a lot of people there just wanted to feel like kind of smart and above it all. There's not much in the way of like prescription in the poli-sci classes. They talk about how the world is, but not how it should be. The sociology types tend to be a lot more activism-minded, which I thought was pretty cool.
Right. Yeah, I was a political science person, and I was definitely smelling my own farts. So I get that. That was me, basically, is what you're describing.
Well, you know, we all have our phase.
Exactly.
Yeah, no, it's not like the classes were bad or anything. It just gave me the impression that like the end state of those jobs was to end up working for the U.S. State Department in the best possible case, kind of like nodding along with whatever happens. Whereas a lot of the sociology majors went on to like, I don't know, tip over trash cans and bring about real change like that. So
right. Well, yeah, there's something to be said for, you know, are you getting involved in quote unquote public service, but really it's in service of your ego, or are you there to invest in strengthening your sense of self and your ego and your self-knowledge so that you can lasso that energy that you bring to the world to something that's actually important outside of yourself? And there's a big dividing line about that in politics. I mean, that's a big dividing line right now in both parties, I think. Though, of course, on the right, the way that those who are true believers, it's you know, they're a little off the wall, but yeah, I mean, I definitely think that's a dividing line in how I see a lot of people in the world today.
I think the dividing line fundamentally is there are people who think that the world is the way it is because it is the way it is, and they just want to be somewhere nearer to the top of that like existing hierarchy. And there are people who are sort of propelled by some sense of injustice, you know. Of course, a lot of the people who are propelled by a sense of injustice also want terrible outcomes, you know. Like I think that like the far right, for example, is definitely not just, oh, the way things are is the way things are. So that's not necessarily good. I just think it's a more motivated way of engaging in political action.
Right. There's okay. The world's obviously unjust the way it is, and let's dive deeper into the fear. And in fact, let's like come to rely even more on institutions that were already unfair to begin with, and like dive right back into that. Or you know, we can try something else. You know, whichever you like.
Yeah, like doing politics online. You know, where it's really breaking new ground. Exactly,
and you know, I think so. I've been working in politics for over 20 years now, actually. And I have never, ever found, I mean, obviously I'm like hugely invested in Progressive Victory specifically, because that's the organization that I've founded in this space. But I actually think that the streaming space itself, especially on the left, is a huge, it's a huge deal. I mean, that it exists. I don't, like, I spent most of my time in my 20s working on campaigns using social media. Like I was like Instagram got really, really big when I was in my mid 20s, late 20s. And it was like, you know, I'm like a older millennial. So when that happened, I was like, oh my gosh, this is amazing. This is what we're all going to be doing. This is how we're going to be organizing. And then, you know, lo and behold, the platforms all, you know, they shaped their tools in a direction that made it impossible to do anything constructive on them. And it's just about eyeballs and advertisements and clicks, right? And the thing that I think is really amazing right now, specifically in the streaming space, is that you streamers actually have, like, number one, an actual bond with your audience that goes beyond just like flicking past a video on TikTok when you're like, oh, this you see a video, you watch it, and you go to the next video, right? No, you all actually have a real connection to your audience. They identify with you, and you have real communities that are built off of your, the way that you look at the world. That lens is powerful, and you can actually direct people to action in a way that, like, an Instagram influencer or someone on Twitter or TikTok probably couldn't. So it's a huge deal that this pipeline of young people into public discourse exists, and it needs to, regardless of, I hope that PV continues forever, but the thing that I really want to make sure happens is that young people continue to find their way into politics from here, because otherwise we're not going to be able to hold democracy together. I think this is actually the key to holding democracy together long term.
Yeah, I think in a way I don't want to gas it up too much, obviously, because, I don't want to come across conceited, but I do think to a large extent it's at least an element of something that used to direct political action a lot more aggressively, which was before the internet and before sort of mass media and television. People were a lot more reliant on local communities, and a lot of like local political causes were directed locally from the church or from whatever community org you were in the vicinity of. And it's a much more engaged way of being involved than sort of just like following a national election and just kind of tuning in for the vote and not much else, And I think that was really the more and more so the way people engaged with political action from the 70s and onward, as like TV became a more popular like mean of getting your news, and people relied on like, the community element kind of died down a bit. And I don't think that streaming like is a fix to that or anything. Obviously, it's still a relatively atomized way of engaging with people, but it is nice to be able to direct people with some kind of like immediate back and forth enthusiasm.
Yeah, absolutely. And look, I mean, we're in the middle of a national election right now, so there's a lot going on. But I think that you're right, that it's important that the type of civic engagement we're talking about continue, not when they're not elections, right? But right now, elections are hot, so let's talk about it, right? Tonight, PV has a very special event. I want to tell you all about it.
Hit me.
Those of you who haven't been to the PV before, or you have, but you maybe haven't been back in a while, we are having a very dynamic community night. We're having a large group of activities that are all happening around the same time. We're going to have a debate corner where there's going to be, people can get debate practice with an actual moderator there to adjudicate and judge the participants. And you can choose between such illuminating topics as, is water wet? Is a hot dog a sandwich? Those are some examples that we're going to be
fun, real life.
You can also pick your own prompt.
Applicable stuff like this, yes.
Yes. We're going to have a VC where people are going to be doing show and tell with their pets. You can show off your fur babies, plant babies, anything that depends on your effort to maintain its existence. Its existence is fair game. We're going to be doing an arts server, an arts VC, and we're going to be playing Jackbox and other video games together. And so we're going to be using basically all the VCs in our server, in our Discord server, to do this. And it's all to, obviously, we want the warm fuzzies there. We want everybody to hang out. If those of you who don't have anything going on tonight, don't have any major plans, come join in and have fun with us and with other progressives who are interested in politics. But also, it's to kick off our big phone banking this weekend.
There's work involved. It couldn't all be good, huh?
Well, we make work fun. I mean, I think there's something to be said here. I think a lot of people miss what phone banking is, and they misunderstand it and think it's a lot harder than it actually is. So, first of all, phone banking can be done from your house or on your computer, in a browser app. It doesn't use your phone number, so you no one's going to have your phone number. You don't have to go anywhere to do it. And also, when you call, you're only calling Democrats. This is basically an identification operation. We're trying to find for other candidates, for the candidates that we're working with, we're trying to find out who their supporters are in their district and identify them so that we know who to turn out when the election gets closer. And So, and every call you make makes a difference. It's not just the people you talk to. So even if you don't confirm someone's vote during their shift, you still help, because all the wrong numbers and bad connections and opposing voters that somehow make it through the data screen are taken off the list for the campaign. And this saves the campaign time, because it helps out for the next phone banking volunteer, because they're not going to have to call the person that you eliminated from the list.
Yeah, and you can get a remarkable amount done very quickly. It's an incredibly efficient way of reaching people, which is good for feeling good afterwards too, I feel. But yeah, no negative experiences reported of yet. I know that like a great many calls were made from the community for Summer Lee, and I would hope that people could be so mobilized this time as well. Who are we phone banking for?
We're phone banking for Angela Alsobrook. She's running for Senate in Maryland, and she is she's endorsed by a bunch of progressives like Maxwell Frost and Barbara Lee and Jamie Raskin. She's got a career of public service as opposed to being like a business person who's colonizing the political space. She, as a county attorney, she established a unit to investigate police misconduct. And she's not a self-funder. She's not a rich person, like I said, like colonizing the race. But she's running against someone named David Trone.
Yeah, that guy's backed by a lot of money, right?
Yeah, he's backed by, he's a self-funder. He's 98% of his campaign funding comes from his own pockets.
That's not good.
And he's endorsed. Sorry, say that again?
Oh, just like, that's not good. That means he's very wealthy.
Right, and he's also, his company is under investigation right now, so it's not necessarily even like, well-gotten money, right? Like I don't know if you are familiar with a senator from Florida who was the governor there before. I forget his name. Actually, I can't remember his name. Anyway, he made all of his money off of cheating Medicare out of money, like Medicare fraud. Was caught, paid a ton of fines, but still retained enough of that wealth that he got by defrauding Medicare to run for governor and then Senate. And now he's like a sitting Republican senator in Florida. Like crazy corrupt stuff that can happen. And this guy David Trone is like he's endorsed by the Maryland Fraternal Order of Police, and he's 98% self-funder, and his business is under investigation right now. So we're gonna get behind Alsobrook.
Yeah, I took a look when I said earlier, who are we supporting with phone banking? You see, that was a rhetorical ploy. I actually knew the answer because we talked about it. Yeah, the individual who we are also it feels like a fake name, Alsobrooks. But I know. Yeah. As I understand it, like, she seems to be pretty good in the issues. I sort of like a preeminent disclaimer, because I did want to look into it. She's been pretty doesn't want to dip the toe in the water on the Israel-Palestine issue. So I thought, okay, so who would I support then? And then I look up the opposition, and he's Giga Hitler. He was like, fuck. I read a thing from him. It was on It was he was promoting oh yeah, he's like an active supporter of anti-BDS laws. Like, not even just he lets it happen, but he's been like advocating for the government to make it illegal to divest from Israel or protest against them. So we're kind of operating in the classical like Hitler percentage level here, but also Brooks, as far as I can tell, is a pretty damn good candidate. You know, I don't want to let like the single issue vote thing get in the way of a solid preference.
Right. And Trone, I mean, like I mentioned before, he's 98% self-funded. Of the 2% that's not self-funded, 105,000 comes from AIPAC directly. So
nice. Well, no doubt more would if he wasn't paying for himself so
exactly
extensively. Yeah.
Okay. So if you all want to sign up, you should go to progress.win/Alsobrooks. Progress.win/Alsobrooks.
I'm going to type that, because that's easy to type. That's the whole point. And also Brooks is incredibly easy to remember how it's spelled, because oh fuck, I mistyped it. I added a little apostrophe, but it didn't fuck it up. Nice. You're gonna give it to me. You're gonna.
I just put it into the Discord.
Yeah. You're gonna help me out with this tough one. Okay, there we go. There, I got. And now it has the HTTPS, which makes it look more official. Thank you.
Yes, we have 2 solid weekends to phone bank for her. So we're kicking it off tonight. And by the way, the phone banking is also a party. I mean, I don't know if any of you who in the chat who've done phone banking with us, chime in, because we do it on Zoom. We when we have good calls, we tell each other in the chat about it. Afterward, we go and play games. So it's a fun time anyway. And then we're adding in all this community night. Our new community manager, CJ, has been building this event for a while. He's awesome. Anybody who gets to know him, he's a wonderful person.
Again, like exclusively positive experiences here. You know, I've got a lot of whiners in my community too. These people are difficult to deal with. So if anything, you think, well, you know what I think it is? I think some people are going to whine no matter what. I think the whiners are the people who don't go and try it in the first place. You know, I think the whiners are do-nothings. And they would rather sit in the sidelines and whine, whereas the people who are willing to get involved, to get invested, to put a bit of effort in, you know, and to feel good about that are the ones who are likely to come away with a positive experience. You know, I think we're kind of running into like a cyclical effect here, where good things are good and bad things are bad. You know, I want people who are watching right now or in the future when this video is released to try it seriously. You know, we're kind of down the barrel here on this one. I admit to not being particularly optimistic about the general political state of affairs here in America, you know, especially with Joe Biden's recent Hitlerian tendencies, I should say. But you know, first of all, as I've always said, the math remains consistent, right? You know, good things are good, bad things are bad. There are always better options. And if you cede control of the sort of like reins to power, the worst people will make these choices for you. You'll wake up and you'll find that every state rep, every senator, you know, everyone at every level is like the worst possible option. And it will be a worse world than one which you had tried.
Yeah, I want to just give some perspective, because I think that it's important to like really think about this. People in your audience are probably under the age of 40. I'm willing to bet.
Probably, yeah.
And I just think that we all need to realize that the world doesn't end when bad things happen. You know, like if there's a giant loss here in this election or in any major election, if there's a big failure and democracy is under threat, that doesn't mean the end of history. We still all have to continue living. And so that's why I think that it's really important to think about not necessarily even the candidates that you're working for, but just the idea of taking responsibility for the political system in this country and democracy. And that's not an easy ask to make of a lot of people, but those of you who are watching Vosh right now, you are some of the most informed people, young people in the country. We did a survey in 2022 through the message testing that we did. I don't know if any of you remember the ads that we developed together that were meant for young people in the 2022 elections. You guys basically turned yourself into a focus group with Vosh, and he came up with some messages that tested really, really well in an online survey. And in that same online survey, we asked people just a question: do you watch on a regular basis online content creators on YouTube and Twitch? And regardless of whether they saw any of our messages, the people who said yes to that question were 18% more likely to express interest in voting in the midterms than people who said no.
Which means we're smarter than the entire Democratic Party apparatus.
I don't know about comparing you to the entire apparatus. All I'm saying is that the people in this audience are some of the most informed and engaged people, young people in the country. And that's why it's so important that you all take responsibility and do with it what you will, right? Like, taking responsibility means you get to decide. And you won't get to decide immediately, because the party is still run by a lot of older people who still haven't, decided to retire yet. But the more that the thing that leads to victory in politics is actually just staying power. It's being willing to do it over and over and over and over again. And I got to stick up and talk about Joe Biden here, because you mentioned him. I understand what you're saying, and also what you were talking about before about single issue voting. Joe Biden is the candidate that we have right now for president, and I think he's done a good job overall in pursuing most of the policies that he's done as president. And this is the way that I've come to think of this, right? Like, there's an older group of people who work in politics who think of things in terms of TV ads. And what you do with TV ads is you raise as much money as you can from rich people, and then you hold it in reserve for like the last month of the campaign, and then you pile all those millions of dollars into TV ads. And that's just not the way that the internet works for politics. The way the internet works for politics is every fight, you max it out, because every fight is the capacity test that you need to run to grow your power for the next fight. And so that's what this election is. It's supporting a candidate who's done, on balance, a really amazing job as president, given the realities of what he's been dealing with, and also his history as a candidate before he got into office, and his perspective, his historical perspective on all these issues. And it's also the capacity test that's building for the next election, and the election after that, and the election after that. And the more that we can build our power in our own spaces, like Progressive Victory, the more that we can then dictate to the party who needs our labor, this is what we're going to do. This is the direction we need. This is the agenda that we need to set in order to keep us engaged.
Yeah, well,
and that's the opportunity right now.
At the end of the day, like all political engagement is just Hitlerian compromises, really. As you said, when bad things happen, it's not the end of politics. The left survived 2 terms of W, the Iraq War, the Afghanistan War, indignity after indignity. The Supreme Court handing the victory to him over Gore. Obviously that all of this persists, and it's always important to sort of frame your advocacy in the context of that historical moment, which is one of the reasons why, like, in spite of how bad everything has been, Biden winning better than Trump, we all kind of have like the implicit gun pointed to our heads. We all know how much worse this could potentially be. It's one of the reasons also, and people often say, especially people on the left, voting isn't the whole thing. That is true, and that is so clearly evidenced by all of these campus protests as well, because we're seeing like these massive sort of like presses to the pressure points of power. Masks revealed, people mobilized in a distinctly non-electoral fashion. It's a reminder that pressure can be applied even in like an electoral or like outside of an electoral space, and obviously that pressure is being felt considering how violently everybody's been reacting to it. So I do think there's still plenty of work to be done. There's never really an excuse to give up on the work.
All right. Well, on that note, there is no excuse to give up the work, because this is the election year, and this is the moment that we can make a difference. And if we don't right now, then there's going to be a whole lot of really negative knock-on effects that come for years and years. And that's the only reason why I'm doing this work, is because I have a long history of working in politics, and I'm dissatisfied with where we are. And I want to try to empower as many young people to get the opportunities that I didn't when I was younger, to get yourself in the position where you have enough power that you can start making policy, and making it with a group of people who agree with you and share a similar identity. That's the way to power. And so if you want to join PV, especially for this community night, and you can just come in and see what other people show up, see if you get along with the progressives near you or across the country. You can go to progress.win, https://progress.win. And if you want to just go ahead and sign up for the phone banks, it's progress.win/also-pros.
I think they can manage that. Those are pretty memorable URLs, but we'll be sure to help them in the description of the video as well.
Yeah, and look, I'm an older guy, but I've met a lot of really, really cool people who are already way smarter than I was and are absolutely killing it. And I think you all would like to meet them too. So progress.win, do it.
I appreciate you coming on, man.
Oh, thank you, and it was a good conversation. I'd love to come on again soon.
Yeah. I'd like that, and I think you'll probably have a good reason to pretty soon. A lot of work to do.
That's right, lots of work to do.
Have a wonderful
All right, have
day.
a great Saturday, everybody.
Yeah, everyone. Wait, not everyone. I'm not leaving. You have a good day. You almost. I thought I was done for a second. What a wonderful world I was briefly in. Take care. Okay.
All right, have a good night.
Bye. I like that guy. Do you know how cool it is that he's even willing to talk to me? He does like actual work with like candidates and stuff, right? So for me to be on call with him and be like, yeah, so Biden, like the Hitlerian, you know, the Biden, the like Fourth Reich or the blah blah, right? Like, you know, it's he puts up with a lot, even talking to me, you know, like quite a bit. It's I don't make it easy. If he wants to keep contact with like the people he talks to, yeah, I quite like him. So yeah, do it, do it, do it. Sign up. Sign up. Do it. Do it. Do it. Have you listened to the new Kendrick Lamar diss? Is the Kendrick Lamar diss about signing up for progressive.win to the Discord so you can be part of the community tonight and also do phone banking for also Brooks? No? Well, then I don't care about it, actually. Yes, it is? Oh, never mind. I'll listen to it after stream. Gotcha. Sorry. My bad. That was presumptuous of me. Yeah. How would I get paid doing it? You would get paid in the most valuable currency of all, okay? The currency of the heart, all right? You'd get paid right here. Hey, my name's Kendrick, and I'm here to say, sign up for PV in a major way. Oh, man, good. Ah, yeah, I can, fire. God damn it. Okay, that being said, I hate to like put this evil on my mods. I genuinely think I might ban discussion of voting or electoralism from the Reddit. Half of this Reddit is people posting like, hey, I'm better than other lefties because I know that I should vote for Biden. We know. We know. It's the Vosh subreddit. It's like one of the main things that I'm known for. We know. Like, look, 728. Like, we know. We know. This isn't a battle that needs to be fought, okay? You can talk about electoralism broadly, just like not like, oh, hey, yeah, we know that voting is good. All right. I love this community, but I also really hate it. Listen, okay, the Reddit's wacky. I'm not saying mods, I'm not saying I'm banning it yet. You don't have to change anything that you're doing right now. I'm just saying like, oh my God. Wait, what? Thanks for the men versus bears segment. I really needed that. Women aren't just collectively hysterical about men. It truly is scary. Great segment. Watch you haven't. Oh, thank you. It was a good segment, but it wasn't much about the bears men hypothetical. I mean, it was about the logic behind it. $85 points on not understanding it? I'm always somewhat weirded out by this. Please explain how I'm wrong. Imagine a hypothetical human's been mugged 3 times by black people. They have therefore developed a fear of black people and walking alone. Oh. Do we accept that black people just have to consider that they are scary to that person and they have been that they have to go out of their way to be considered that fact? First of all, black people are already aware of the fact that a lot of white people are scared of them, and they do change their behavior to accommodate that because the alternatives could be dangerous for them. Second of all, men are the oppressor class over women, not black people over white people. That's not how that dynamic is, you know? Third of all, there aren't any social consequences to women being cautious about men. Like, men aren't hurt by that, you know? Like, that doesn't hurt them. Whereas the ostracization of black people is like the foundational element of some of the most barbarous, monstrous shit we've ever done to other people, you know? It's just not like, I just don't understand how you can be a guy and read, hey, women might be kind of nervous around you, and think this is just like if racism. I don't know. From where I'm sitting, I've been told my entire life, never put people into buckets based on immutable characteristics. Some women love being stay-at-home mothers, blah, 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 blah. Wait until you find out some insert race people might steal your shit. Not all insert race people is demeaning, discriminatory, even dehumanizing. But with men, we can. Help me to square the circle. Listen, you can act on stereotypes around people, okay? It's just if your stereotypes manifest in a harmful way in analysis or action, that's a different thing. Also, please keep in mind, okay, this whole hypothetical is about getting you to reconsider your behavior, okay? Like, what are men doing to women to prompt that? You have to ask, okay? What are black people doing to white people to prompt people being racist? The answer? Nothing. White people were racist against black people for a wide variety of cultural and economic reasons that stretch back hundreds of years. It's not because of, it's for existing. Are women afraid of men for men existing? Well, no, it's centuries and millennia of like incredibly consistent sexual predation and violence that's very deliberately targeted, and the stalking and the harassing and stuff. Like the whole point is introspection. Like where, like what are we critically examining? What are we looking to understand here, you know? Honestly, I thought this is something I'd understand with transition, and no, honestly, I don't get it either. Men can be scared. Is my Reddit so autistic that you guys can't get this? This is so easy to understand that even the normies on Instagram and Twitter are getting like hundreds of thousands of likes understanding this one. Are you really? Come on, guys. Theory of mind faculty missing. Okay, this was my biggest problem with the segment. Vosh didn't elaborate well on the fact that you can have reasons for feeling a certain way. For example, hating black people. This is something that I would only... This is one example where you guys are less informed than the average person. The average normie could hear that hypothetical and go, oh, wow, thank you. That makes sense. But you guys are like, wait, how does he reconcile this with the fact that racism is bad? You're debate tricking yourself into being stupider than you would be if you didn't... You're literally like logicking yourself into a less informed position. Or I should say you're fake logicking yourself. You're aesthetic of logicking yourself. That was my biggest issue with the segment when Vosh said essentially hate/sexism against men is okay. Even though in the same examples given by chat, he called it, if you just swapped men for insert race here. Dude, you guys are acting like stereotypes. This is like a meme. Dude, is this why people make fun of my community? I don't see this in my fucking, I don't see this in my like chat or in the YouTube comments or whatever. What is with you guys? What the fuck? You're like, unironically, this is embarrassing. A racial minority is different than a gender team. It's failing logically on so many different levels. Like, if you hear women are afraid of men for good reason and think, wait a second, couldn't you just say that about black people? Then you're like, you are suplexing your own IQ into a pit. You're doing the Kirby like grab back where you're doing the back slam, both of you off the edge of Final Destination. You're taking you and your brain on a fucking ride down the sewers. Okay, come on. It might just be flooded by lefties who want community. I don't know how lefty these people are. Yeah, the Bowser suicide slam attack. Yeah. Would you debate someone on this very topic, lol? What are they going to debate me on? What, like, if a bear is stronger than a man? I don't... By the way, you know, okay, quick question. Do you think I would have any issue whatsoever with a black person saying that they get kind of nervous around white people in some situations because they know that, like, white people have a lot of social power they can take advantage of? Like, if they live in, like, a small town in fucking Mississippi or whatever, or hell, just, like, broadly, because the black person feels like anything that blows up between them could be kind of like, you know, like the police wouldn't take their side or whatever. Like, do you think I'd have an issue with the black person saying that? Is that a defense of the black person being hateful? or like racist in the belief that white people are like innately bad or whatever the fuck. No, it would be like these social dynamics have led to an intersection here that is like that is like potentially quite damaging, you know? And by the way, I'm consistent on this, okay? If you're a white South African in like 1990s apartheid tumultuous South Africa era or whatever, I wouldn't blame you for being nervous going into some of the black parts of Johannesburg or whatever, because you're literally a white guy in 1990s South Africa. Obviously, people fucking hate you. And yes, a lot of the people who hate you are black. Does that mean the black people are wrong for wanting an end to apartheid? No. Does that mean that the black people are like necessarily acting out of like essentialist hate towards you? No. You're a representative of a class that they are fighting against. No different really than a black person in like slave era America being suspicious of white people, or like Jim Crow America. It's possible to understand that there are like systems of oppression that can be kind of correlated to gender or sex or race or nationality or ethnicity or religion, and not then have that be like an invalid analysis. You just have to critically engage with those thoughts. And in this case, the point of this whole hypothetical is that the reason why a bunch of women are saying bear rather than man is because men are actively sexually predatory and malicious in a lot of cases. And most women have had stories of having to deal with that. Bears don't do that. Bears will attack or leave you alone. It's simple. You know, like, but the whole point isn't really about the bear. It's about what about men makes them seem like a greater threat than the bear. It's not literally about the bear or the man. It's not literally like, oh, well, you know, you might be able to like punch the man in the crotch, whereas the bear, you know, the crotch is it's on all fours. How could you do that? You know, that doesn't make sense. Like, it's not literally about a fucking fight dynamic. We're not doing like greatest warrior shit here, you know? It's just about, oh, why are so many women uncomfortable in that way? You know? Right? Yeah, but a bear can 100% kill you. Well, I think a man can probably kill a woman too. It's possible, you know. The worst thing a bear can do is kill me. Yeah. You mean a metaphorical thought experiment caused people to be triggered? Okay, but the thing that bothers me is this. This wasn't some like weird abstract niche hypothetical. This was something so popularly accepted that, again, I have seen it get hundreds of thousands of likes on social media by normies, not like edge case, like debate bro, high IQ politics lords, not like some small esoteric feminist community. It's just a lot of people seem to look at that and go like, oh yeah, that makes sense to me, you know? So it's just weird that people in my community be struggling with this. Implying all men are rapists, I don't like it. I never said that, Monja, and also banned for 30 days. Literally, like, fuck off. Retard. Literally never said that. Like, again, like this, you realize it's just men being fragile, right? Like, who could have heard what I just said and thought I was saying implying all men are rapists? Did I say that? Did I even remotely imply that at any point? No. It's just, yeah, this is unironically, that guy I just banned is a sexist. It's toxic masculinity. I know it's a very soy term, but like genuinely, that is what we're talking about here. If you're so sensitive to this subject being discussed, like, I'm very sorry if a hypothetical offended you. You know, we're talking about like all of human civilization, like women being sexually predated upon. I'm sorry if this subject is difficult for you on the other side of it. I'm sorry that the implication that you might be caught up in social systems that lead to the predation of women offends you in part of this broader conversation where we're talking about the social problems that lead to 50 trillion fucking rapes. You know, like, yeah, I'm sorry that hurts. Like, come on. No, Vosh, but it validates fearing people for their unchosen gender. Stop trying to turn this into like a trans thing. That's not what this is about. Stop. That's a complete like like, oh, how can you make these claims about men you see when they could be secretly trans women? Shut up. I don't care. Like, you're not. It's not. Yeah. It's dishonest. Yeah. I'll be honest, the bear man thing feels like wanting to be seen pushing the correct narrative on social media. I mean, have you seen a grizzly or polar bear? Oh my god. They're gonna eat your organs. It's virtue signaling, giving the socially correct answer. Fuck, do smaller men have to be afraid of men too? This is it. This is unironically like sexism. Do you think smaller men have the same reason to be afraid of men that women do? Do you think that men will stalk like 5'7" guys, or like try to flirt with them at a bus stop and then get on the bus with them and follow them to their work? And then like what? Like every woman has a story. This is why people use the hypothetical, because it reveals shit like this. They're trying to defeat it instead of understanding it? Yes. I was before I was transitioned. I was 5 foot. Royal Rose, tread carefully. Are you telling me that as a short man, you received more harassment, sexual harassment, threats of flirtation, stalking, whatever else, than you have since transitioning? Like transitioning has reduced the attention you get in that element. I don't even need to debate like anecdotes on this. The knowledge that women broadly face this predation is extremely well known. A lot of you could benefit from just talking to women. If we were to change my hypothetical slightly and say it's a 5'8" guy who keeps getting mugged, do we accept the... Guys, I don't know what to do with this. This is like actually embarrassing for me. I kind of just want to like nuke all of this. It's like they're not even violating a rule or whatever, but like this is genuinely like so embarrassing for me. Stop talking about it. That doesn't fix the problem. I really don't think people understand how horrific bears can be. Fuck, man. Do it. This is really bad behavior. Like genuinely, these people are like risks to my fucking mental health and to the people around them. Fuck, is this not like... I just looked at one of the profiles of one of the people who commented, and the very most recent comment is on r/lonely. That's the most recent. I don't want to single them out because that feels like... Oh, and an Ask Men as well. And Magic the Gathering. Of course. This is rough, man. Violent men are the minority of all men. The majority of men aren't out there committing violence or sexual violence to women. It's also a misdirect to lump all men in together. Guys, you realize this is literally 2014 era Gamergate not all men logic. Sargon of Akkad was making videos saying this back then, where feminists would talk about patriarchy or toxic masculinity or these broader social issues, and then Sargon would come in and go, are you saying all men are are you saying all men are rapists? Well, that's just not right. I think that not all men are rapists, and in fact, it's sexist to say so. Just like it'd be racist to say all black blokes are, just because one took away your wallet or something like that. I don't remember what he sounds like. This is actually exactly what they said back then. The context is the same. Oh my god. No, Nanowood, not even remotely. A burqa does not even... Wait, are you... Oh my god, hold on. Vosh, when you think about how fearful women can be when having to merely exist in a public space with men, do you not see why a Muslim woman in the Western world might choose to conceal herself with a burqa when she leaves her home? First of all, fucking no. Wearing a burqa doesn't protect you. Second of all, no. There's a risk of sexual assault, therefore cover your body. Also, third, what do you think the risk of sexual assault is in Saudi Arabia? Why are you all like this? Why? This is like a very basic mainstream feminist topic. I'm genuinely shocked. It allows you privacy. No, stop, no burqa apologia. Unironically, right-wing shit. Get out of here. I don't care. No. Unironically, okay? You don't get away with your fucking, like, hyper-religious, fundamentalist, misogyny, chauvinist bullshit just because it's, like, Islamist and not Christian, okay? No. Oh my god. That's not how statistics works. For example, how many bears have you been around when you don't have a gun? Fuck me, dude! Vosh, still not seeing why the actions of other men would mean prejudicing me? Damn, well, just trust me when I say that it is your behavior and your behavior alone that's getting you the perma. I don't know what to do with you guys. How can you be a fan of me and not understand extremely basic, broad social critique? This is just insecurity manifesting. That's it. That's literally it. That's what's happening here. I make arguments that apply this logic, broad social critique, effortlessly all the time. It's one of the main things that I do here. It's literally the sociological imagination. It's anti-essentialist thinking. There are broad categories and social forms that like sweep people up in them, systems that people step in line with, whether or not they like. How many times have I said, by the way, I don't think it's actually fully possible to eradicate all bigoted, racist, sexist, whatever thought, because it doesn't work like that. It's not like a contagion you get rid of. It's a current in a system that you exist in. You can push against that current. You can meaningfully make progress up a river, but you're always influenced by it, right? And you can be aware of that influence and you can correct for it, but that's just how it is with everything. With our bigotries and our biases, this is literally the definition of implicit bias, by the way. This is like 101 stuff. With our aesthetic preferences, with our media preferences, with our food preferences, everything is always being socially influenced. Same with men, same with, say, rape culture. I can't believe, you know how long it's been since I've had to say rape culture? Do you know, I'm dipping back into fucking like shit from before I even had a channel. This is like me arguing on Reddit in 2015 shit. I'm now saying rape culture. Like, that's how far we've regressed, that I need to dig up this term, that I need to go into the fucking graveyard and pull this one up. Do you think rape culture meant like, well, we live in a culture where there are rapists? Just Google, man. Like, there are broad systems that sort of encourage, permit, or apologize for predatory behavior from men. We're all a part of it. Women can get caught up in it, much in the same way that black people can be propagators of white supremacy, right? It's not exclusively like, oh, it just means that a lightning bolt strikes some men and some men become rapists. It influences the thoughts of all people, because that's how social forms and biases work. So everyone who's like, well, I don't think that makes me a rapist. Congratulations. Well done. I don't think Vosh said that you should hate all men. There was a moment where a chatter mentioned that some people do seem to hate men, citing tweets like men should be imprisoned from birth and have to earn their freedom. Vosh essentially said, that's okay because it's usually in response to something heinous being done by some man/men, even though it's just a response to some bad deed, wouldn't fly for most racist remarks. Men love comparing themselves to black people when other people bring up rape culture, you know? Every man becomes a black person whenever rape culture is brought up. That's crazy, you know? Wonderful, like a bit of sort of like, you know, racial subjectivity there. That's not what was said. Guys, how many times have I said Vernon Sherman should have gone farther in the South, or the Reconstruction should have continued, and all the Confederates should have been put in a fucking 19th century blender? Why is it that when I say stuff like that, nobody actually genuinely thinks that I am saying that every human being in the south of the Mason-Dixon, deserves a capital punishment? Why is it that all of a sudden people are able to understand a broader rhetorical device used to express dissatisfaction with tendencies exhibited by a group? But then somebody puts forward a tweet, men should be imprisoned from birth and have to earn their freedom. And now we're pretending that this is like a sincere, committed advocacy for the arrest of male fetuses. Like, are you kidding me? Guys, basic utilitarian analysis, okay? If these jokes, if these statements, if these comments are harmful, if they contribute to social harm, then they're bad. This doesn't. Your hurt feelings aren't social harm. For example, if the tweet was, black people should be imprisoned from birth, that would be social harm. Because, and I'm really going to have to rely on you guys to understand why this is, and I really don't want to have to go back to like the protozoic, like, you know, the earliest era of my stream, the earliest arguments to explain this. Making jokes at the expense of men, where the joke is that men are violent, is not the same as making jokes at the expense of black people, where the joke is that black people are violent. You're just going to have different things are different because different social classes have different stereotypes about them, and there's different levels of power these classes have that influence the ways in which that harm against them can manifest. The idea that black people are violent and need to be imprisoned is the source of literally everything happening to them right now. The idea that men are violent and need to be imprisoned leads to Now, don't get me wrong. I actually do think there is an element of harm here. Men, for example, often get longer sentences for the same crimes, violent or otherwise, as women. I think a lot of this is more a product of sexism, the idea that women are naturally more like naive and innocent and weak and therefore less deserving of harsher punishment. It is a fact, after all, that men do commit most of the violence. It's like 90%. It's pretty remarkable. Of the violent crimes, at least. I don't know about the violence broadly. So the question is, why is that? And does making jokes about men being imprisoned at birth meaningfully detract from any positive advocacy that can be done in that direction? No. No harm is being done here. The actual harm being done here is the bullshit 2014 Gamergate Sargon of Akkad tier not all men arguments, where we're unironically regressing to, like, you know, anti-feminist analysis. Men are also overwhelmingly fucked over in divorce courts, right? Nope, not true. Literally, it's not true. Men get the children less because they want the children less. Vosh has picked up some unironic misandrist tendencies lately. I haven't watched him much recently. What are some other examples of this? Men are so antisocial, lack hygiene, lazy, etc. He really crosses the line from incel bashing to talking about men as if I'm going to go back into this thread and permanently ban every single person that I see. I'm not doing it right now. I'm just letting you all know. So enjoy your time on the subreddit while you can. I haven't watched him lately, but I've heard, I've heard about this. Unbelievable, genuinely. Hold on. Wow, the person who hasn't watched me recently, most recent comment is in Genshin Impact leaks. Phenomenal. That's great. That's I just don't think that's the same thing. The social dynamics are way different in these two scenarios. Women saying that men are violent and white people saying black people are violent. Obviously, yes. -2 points. The response with 22 points? I really don't think people would give the it's not serious excuse if you switch out the groups, though. Holy fucking God. It's not the Twitter post that irks me, it's Vosh defending it. Should have been an easy open and shut case. Just say, yeah, hate is bad, don't be hateful towards groups based on the actions of individuals. Oh, that would have been really convenient for you, wouldn't it? To look at, oh yeah, to look at the man versus bear thing and to go, don't judge all men, hashtag not all men are rapists, and be Sargon of Akkad. Oh my God, man, where do you guys come from? I'm doing it right now. No, no. You know what? No, I'm streaming right now. Thana, you both have mods over the fucking sub. Go in there and purge like the Reaper of Cholera dragging its scythe across the wretched outside the walls of London. Okay, destroy all of it. Burn it to the ground. Whenever you want, at your leisure, at your pleasure. I don't care. Yeah, be the Kendrick to these Drakes. For what it's worth, you've been very consistent about this stuff for as long as I've been listening. That's what frustrates me. I've been like this the whole... None of this is new. The logical extension of these guys' beliefs is that, for one, literally any jokes at the expense of men or women, which I've been doing constantly for 5 years, would be unacceptable. Likewise, with white people, the idea that any jokes black people make about white people or like any reservations along those lines or anything at all. But of course, they don't care about that. They just care about like fucking feeling insecure about the fact that they're bitchless and they don't like the idea of women like feeling threatened by them in any way. This is the consequence of the male advice arc. No, it's not. These people are, I do not take responsibility for these people. I don't take responsibility for this. This is outside agitation, okay? Or these are people who don't watch me. One of them admitted to not watching me. These are outliers? Yeah, they're just outliers that are all like more upvoted than the other people. I haven't seen the segment, but the discourse reminds me of a video Lindsay Ellis put out once. PSYOP? Yeah, I want to get to the end of this paragraph. To me, women saying they'd rather be in a forest with a bear than any other man is no different from any other socially reinforced bigotry. Like when a white dad locks the car doors when he sees a black man on the... Damn, every fucking man instantly... I'm gonna do it. I'm gonna become black right now because it's apparently so fucking easy, okay? All right, what's up, y'all? Shit. I tried. You're slightly more red now? Hmm. Just snipes Thana. Not for the person who made the thread, though, because that person seems sensible. Just every fucking, all these people, all these like, well, what if by women saying they feel threatened by men broadly, it was like, black guy. I trust you implicitly. Can we ask the bear's opinion on this? Bears are friend-shaped. I'm sure they'd be fine with it. Woman here, and honestly, despite all the reasons I have that would justify it, I just do not want to be afraid of men. I'm tired of being told that I'm stupid and wrong for not... Oh, dude, are we doing the pick-me shit now? I would rather encounter a man in the woods 100%. Bears are scary, men are not. Come on, dude! What? Get them, too, okay? Being a... I'm never let it be said I'm misandrist. Go after the women, too. It is a rhetorical point designed to draw attention to the fear that women have of men, that is taught, that is experienced, that is learned. It is not saying you are obligated to be terrified of men. It's not saying that you have to wear a fucking flak vest whenever you go to the bar. Like, this is literally 2014 discourse. It is. This is, this is just the same thing over again, but it's in my fucking leftist community, man. No, I am as intolerant of this as I am the Hitlerite shit. You people you have no idea what you're unleashing. You have no fucking idea how bad what you're doing is. You have no idea what this leads to. You have no idea. You don't even understand. How come no other demographic seems to have a similar reaction? Like, we don't get these viral posts about black people feel uneasy about white. Maybe I should try the thing again. Also, wait, there are often viral posts about black people feeling uneasy around white people. That is the thing that I've seen decently often. Not maybe to the same extent. Like, the relationship isn't quite the same, but, you know. Thank you, Jiro. I'll look at donuts soon. So I haven't seen the segment. Well, none of you watch the stream, huh? Literally, just fucking, literally, like, none of you. Like, fucking none of you pieces of shit actually watch the stream, or, like, any of the videos. Like, or do you just, like, you... But I've come across some TikTok videos, and I would say that it comes across as a well-meaning effort to open an empathetic dialogue about violence against women. Okay. But there are a few things that don't sit right with me about it. Okay. Okay, this one seems okay. Okay, this is fine. I'm not as mad about this one. I'm not gonna. It's fine. Okay, it's fine. It's fine. That one's fine. Don't snipe this one. Army taco. Let them be spared. Okay. I just feel like you are seen as more dangerous than a literal fucking bear because of something you can't control is a bad way to open the conversation about women's perceived threat of men. Why? Like, genuine question, why? Do I not, like, talk about difficult subjects on my stream? Do I have to coddle you? Why? I treat it like a superpower. By the mere act of existing, I can inspire more fear in the hearts of women than wild beasts, as if I were an angel of death. At least this is downvoted. I'm sorry, but this whole thing's absurd. Can't we find a more productive way to talk about it? You know what men will do that a bear won't help you when you need it. Oh, man, that's did you know that men can open the pickle jar? Can a bear open a pickle jar? Let any who claim there's any, like, if anyone believes I might, like, genuinely be sexist or whatever, let my obvious frustration with this be a clear counter argument. No artifice of frustration here could, like, mask the I'm pretty sure a bear can open a pickle jar. Yeah, that's probably true. I think it does a good job of showing how scary life can be for women at times. It's very real. I think it starts a conversation about why some women might make that choice. Yes. Then with 19 points, I just think it's patronizing and unhelpful. Patronizing to men? Are you... It perpetuates the idea that men should never even interact with women. Yeah, because you're an insecure guy who's upset about the feeling that you can't approach a woman without her splashing her drink in your face, and you're making that everyone else's problem. Get over it. Get over it. Holy shit! Do you not understand how much this is projection? Nobody is saying men should never interact with women. I haven't said that. I give hints and tips on interacting with women as a man. pretty pretty straightforward ones too. Not cucky, like meander about for a while and give signals with eye looks bullshit. I'd tell you to go up and talk. I'm not anti-talking. That the fact that a lot of women are just innately uncomfortable, not innately, I shouldn't say innately, but like deeply uncomfortable around men or nervous or whatever, that's just a fact. That's not a rhetorical device. It's a fact. That's a fact. You have to deal with it. You can't ignore it. I'm sorry that the online hypothetical triggers you. Is Vosh finally waking up to the idea that appealing to the lonely, disaffected young men makes the same people justified to dismiss women's issues and call themselves leftists? But shut up. Fuck off. Probably right, though. Not entirely right. There are plenty of disaffected young men who are fine. You know. But, wow, this person also plays Magic the Gathering. What a fucking shock. Incredible. And they're an unpopular opinion and change my view. Just... Magic the Gathering, man. Hey, what did MTG do? Apparently ruin a generation or two of men. I feel like a big thing it does, though, is make insecure boys and men even more so. Why? Again, it's the underlying anxiety. Okay, it really genuinely seems like these guys just want to be ignorant of how women feel. Like, what they want is to not have to think about women being uncomfortable around them, so they can sort of blithely, ignorantly, you know, like I can just do whatever, you know, like I don't have to worry about this or be concerned about it. Like, why? It doesn't make me feel insecure that a lot of women are afraid of men. It's just a fact to know about. Like what? Like it's just it doesn't make me. I don't. You're not under attack here. I'm sorry you're going through this. Yeah, you know what? Enough talking about what women are going through. What about me, okay? What about me, the man, this man specifically? Bears are more dangerous than men. I hope he puts a video out on this because... Okay. It's like everyone, man. I feel really bad for the person who posted this. Like, this is like a really sincere, like, I really appreciate Vosh, like, you know, as a guy, you know, making this argument and sort of like bringing attention to this and talking about it. And like just a fucking like avalanche of steaming horseshit in the replies. It's just Reddit. It's not just Reddit, actually. It's my Reddit. OKBV is good. It's not even a problem with the moderation. It's the fact that I'm known broadly for being controversial, and it's difficult to consistently mod a Reddit because of the way that it works. So it means that this place is like a lightning rod for every left-leaning... And I'm also known as like the left-leaning figure who does a lot of like incel stuff or men's issue stuff. Well, it's not worth it if you're all going to act like this. Lol Lauren, the person who made this thread, can you hear me? You're valid. Like, look at this. Just read the opening. I've tried expressing my fear of men in the subreddit before and talked about how frustrating it is, how I don't hate men or dislike men, but my God, they can be scary. It's not very likely I'll be hurt by a stranger, but my God, if I do, it's very likely to be a man. It feels awful to feel fearful all the time because I know there are many great men out there, but there's just this overwhelming culture of violence that infects so many men. This is all on point, like perfectly on point. None of this is like, I think men are evil or whatever. Like, this is all on point. And I acknowledge that men are very often the victims of this too. I want men to be liberated from patriarchy and gender roles just as hard as I wait for women. This is perfect. This is literally like flawless, like every point being addressed, not overstating, not harm. And men in replies to this are all just arguing about how it's stupid to think that because bears are more dangerous or whatever the fuck else. Like this is hurtful to men. What if by men you meant black? Like, oh, thank you. Thank you. Yeah, she walked on eggshells with this. This is like a carefully delivered treatise on the issue. And what does it lead to? Nothing, because these fragile fucks, their shells get shattered over nothing. Women aren't just collectively hysterical about men, it truly is scary. Just a few months ago, there was a serial sexual predator going around in my town, and I was warned to never ever be alone downtown for the time being. One of the people who walked me to my car had an encounter with him, and they made sure there was another person with them to walk them back after they walked me back. My girlfriend no longer walks to her doctor's appointments after too many encounters with men within the span of 2 or 3 months. One time she had a man hitting on her and she was ignoring him, so he ran at her shouting, "I'm going to rape you," and laughed when she ran away. Me and my mom were followed for a while by a large group of drunk men hitting on us after a concert. I was fucking terrified. It's a miracle nothing happened to us. One of my friend's coworkers from high school was hit on by a recent hire. She was underage at the time. He invited her for drinks, and when she said she was 17, he said, "I don't care." He then literally stalked her. She showed me pictures of his cars following her around. I thought he was so sweet. He offered to walk me to my car on his first day. I had a fantastic impression of him. Nope. Oh, sorry. I read that with the wrong cadence there. I thought he was so sweet. He had offered to walk me to my car on the first day. I had a fantastic first impression of him. Nope. I could go on and on. I'm sure the women in the subreddit could as well. Great segment. Watch it if you haven't. It's the beginning of today's stream. Thank you, Vosh. I feel seen. What if they said you needed 2 people to walk because blacks were around? Bears? A bear is a stronger swiping strength than a man. It's not all men are rapists. They didn't even read the motherfucking post. No, they probably didn't. But I know that Lil Lauren will see this. So. I really do think it's like a lightning rod issue, you know? Oh my god! Listen, okay, members go up. Those 100 subs, those were for the women. That one's out there for the women. Here, I'm gonna read Dono soon, okay? But I don't want to let this distract from my anger. Okay? I don't want to let this distract from my anger. I have to stay focused for a bit, okay? I hope you understand. Just give me a second, okay? Yeah, for the ladies in the back, I get 500. Okay. Look, just like, okay, I'm gonna try to be more constructive about this, but only a little bit, because I honestly I'm quite angry with you guys. I'm quite angry. I'm pretty fucking mad with you guys. Look, I know that a lot of you dipshits in this comment section didn't read this post, and you certainly didn't see my segment, but some of you did. You're wrong and stupid, but that's okay. Relative to me, that was always going to be the case. You can use this as a learning opportunity, all right? I've talked about these issues from the beginning of my channel. I talked about this because the Gamergate shit was still simmering pretty heavily back then, you know? These arguments about feminism and toxic masculinity and patriarchy, and like, to what extent are these individual issues, and to what extent are these broader issues? Look, a lot of women are afraid of men. It doesn't mean they hate men. They still go out and see them, don't they? They still get married to them, don't they? They still suck dicks in alleys, don't they? Right? Everyone loves doing that. You know, you're out of the club, it's 3 a.m., whatever. I'm not saying that it's like all women hate men, but a lot of women are afraid of men. That fear is not entirely down to a physical dynamic, though in large part that is a part of it. You know why that is? Because despite what the woke feminists might tell you, you know, the SJWs, men are a lot stronger than women. With no athletic training, the average man can very easily physically overpower the average woman. And that plays into it by quite a bit. That's a really big part of it. There is a massive amount of dimorphism when it comes to physical strength, and that is a big part of it. But it's not just that. Some women are strong, some men are weak. A majority of this problem is that men have been socialized in dynamics that enable bad behavior from them. I have engaged in that, and so have you, because it's an influence that affects everyone and taints their behavior. In the same way that you don't have to be an active out KKK cross-burning racist to have like biases or inclinations that are racially informed. Here's a great example, okay? For a long time when I was growing up, I thought that dreadlocks were dirty. I didn't know anything about black hair. I didn't think they were dirty in some kind of like social contagion way. I thought they were literally just a less clean form of hair. Nobody ever talked to me about it. Nobody ever explained to me that they were or weren't dirty. It's an assumption that I made because I had access to some information. I'm white. My hair is like this, you know. My family's white. I know what their hair is like. I had black friends, but the ones that I had short hair. So nobody told me. So I had a belief that a very common black hairstyle was kind of dirty. Was that active racism on my part? Was that hatred? No, it wasn't. Nobody taught me that. It was just a thing that I thought. But it was still a consequence of a social bias. The fact that I had been exposed to some information, but not others. The fact that, and this is a big part of it, over the course of my life, I had been given the impression that certain types of hair were more upstanding or professional than others. If you want to see evidence of that, you can point to there being school districts that to this day will not allow for dreadlocks, even though they allowed for similarly length braids from white people. They don't allow for dreads because they consider it an unprofessional hairstyle. This is such a common issue. Not only is this the case in a lot of school districts today in America, like, yeah, there's a famous one in Texas, but this attitude is pretty pervasive, like, in many places around the world, even in places where white people aren't the dominant racial group. In Japan, for example, I know for a fact that the association of dreadlocks or black hair being dirty is something still held. The people who believe that aren't necessarily active out and about racists. But imagine for a moment if you were a black person who had dreadlocks. Let's say you're a black guy. You're like, I don't know, you're pretty clean and professional looking, but you've got dreads. There's nothing wrong with that. But you know other people might think that something might be wrong with that. Could you understand from the perspective of that black man as they do job interviews, dozens of them, you know, because that's how it is these days, right? As they talk to people, go around, can you perhaps sympathize with a defensiveness on their part? That when they're speaking to an interviewer who looks kind of like a stiff collar white guy, that they might be perceived as less professional for their hair and therefore have to overcompensate the way black people so often do, with a very, very, very sort of studious, professional demeanor, very careful about their body language, the way they signal, the way they move their hands, because they want to come across as super measured, you know, very, very, very measured. Yeah, the same reason that Obama was by far the most professional appearing president of like modern history, right? Compared to Bill Clinton, Joe Biden, Donald Trump, any of them, Obama was easily the most like straight-laced and professional appearing in basically every way from voice to presentation. Why? Well, it doesn't take like a master of sociology to understand that he was being held to a higher standard. The reason I'm talking about all of this, okay, I'm talking about implicit bias, basically. Now, imagine if instead of talking about what if people think my dreadlocks are unprofessional, we're talking about a woman who has female friends who have been raped, who at 14 got hit on by a male teacher at their high school, whose mother told you extensively while growing up about the threat of sexual violence that men present and how you always need to go out with another friend and you have to make sure your drinks are covered or always being watched and you have to da-da-da your whole life. And every once in a while, you get subtle reinforcements of the fact that men can do this to you. You hear these stories all your life, but you haven't experienced anything negative. And then you freeze up because you're in the locker, the locker hallway, you know, in your high school or whatever. And some guy who has a crush on you puts his arm against the wall next to you. And you are reminded like that how much stronger he is than you. Or you hear guys making a callous comment about like the length of your skirt and how like they'd like to sleep with you or fuck you or something like that. And you think, wait, hold on a second. And then you get catcalled on the way home and you're thinking, hold on, I'm literally 14. I know multiple women who were catcalled 14 or younger. Not even remotely hypothetical, that one, you know, and then you hear rumors of like other female students in your grade being like promised or even given better grades on sexual favors, and then you like a friend of yours gets raped and you're like counseling her in the bathroom of her house. Like, can you understand, please, why a person might make this post? The bear man hypothetical is not, the swiping strength of a male is actually greater than that of a bear. And it's not, men have the intelligence of bears. And it's not, all men are rapists, actually. It's not any of those things. It is an alarming and incisive reminder of the paranoia that women have, the fear that women have around men. Does anyone have that around bears? Who spent their whole lives being told stories about bear attacks? Maybe in Siberia? For the most part, I don't think people think about bears that much. The idea is if you put that juxtaposition in a hypothetical as a talking point, woman, who have you been given more reason to be fearful of? Bear, something you've seen in a zoo maybe, or man? And that is a question which for most women will have an objective and easy answer of man. It's not about swiping strength. It's not about who's more, every guy being a rapist or any bullshit like that, okay? And the fact that so many people are obtusely misunderstanding the point, saying that they're being targeted or this is hate against men, saying this is like racism against black people. This whole thing is like just the same as a white genteel slave owner not wanting to be around. Like all of that, like this is unironically male fragility and the pick-me's enabling it. And you are doing the shit that fueled the Gamergate movement, okay? As long as you don't understand this, you are a threat. Not because you're an active rapist who has a sign that you carry around called I'm a rapist with like a name tag called rapist. That's not how it works. Because there are social forces influencing you that you are so unaware of that you get insecure when they're called out. The only thing that's being pointed out here is the fact that women are fearful of men. You can ignore that, you can bury your head in the sand, but that will make it more likely that you end up being a rapist. It is like flatly, just like that is rape territory. You are entering the rape zone. That is the rape path that you are traveling down right there. That you see this like massive uptick in fear, and your response to it is like, well, no, I don't want to know about that. No, this is not like all bigotries. First of all, most fears that people have are unwarranted. I know that there are going to be people who are like, well, what about cis women being afraid of trans women and No. There is no like lifelong terror backed by data, backed by experience of trans women being predatory in women's bathrooms. In fact, conservatives have been trying for nearly a decade now to find literally any evidence of it. It's an entirely manufactured fear, not even remotely comparable. Well, isn't it like black people because 1350? First of all, I would struggle to, I don't know, I would question the progressivism of somebody who unironically invokes 1350 to defend men against perceived misandry. That's very weird you would go there. Like 1350 almost always gets invoked on my stream as an example of a bad argument from someone. So going there for your argument seems like a, I don't know, kind of an interesting path to take. But again, remember, the question here is to be critical and examine what systems have led to this dynamic. So what systems have led to this? Isn't it obvious? Rape culture, right? That's the summary. Like, it's complicated, sure, but that's what we're talking about here, right? We're talking about systems that enable and permit men to like that sort of like make men kind of chauvinistic and less sensitive towards these issues and more like inconsiderate when it comes to their behavior, all that kind of stuff, right? That's the term, rape culture. That is the term that is used to describe this. Okay. Whereas, okay, what systems, hypothetically, in an environment, let's construct an environment. Okay, what systems would a person be referring to if they did this man bear hypothetical, except they were talking about a black man, and it's an environment where black people commit a significant majority of the violent crimes? To match the violence of men, it would need to be 90-10, by the way. So keep that in mind. But let's say, okay, sure, we're in that significant of a dichotomy, well, what systems would lead to that? Okay, well, then you have to ask yourself, why are black people committing so many more violent crimes in this area? Have we answered this question before? Yes, we did in some of my earliest videos. What leads to these inequities in the committing of crime? It's almost always inequality, economic and social inequality. Inequality, poverty, these things lead to greater rates of crime being committed. So if you asked a person, okay, so let's think about where this fear comes from in a racial dynamic, right? Bear or black person, I could then go, okay, I'm thinking about it. And yes, I agree. I think it's terrible that so many black people in this hypothetical environment are committing so many violent crimes. Let's take a look at what's causing it. Oh, systemic racism. Okay, I think that we should address that. And you know what? Watch me commit. Watch me commit. In such an environment where there are white people and black people, 50-50 split, and black people are overwhelmingly the more violent, I would not judge a white person for feeling on edge around the black people there. I'm constructing a hypothetical environment, not referring to a real one. In reality, that's not how this takes place, and we know that, because the majority of crime committed by black people in environments where they're by far the more poor is against other black people. I'm simplifying this dynamic. But I wouldn't fault a white person for being a bit on edge. What I would fault them for is essentialist bigotry or incorrect policy prescriptions. So if they then said, this is because black people are bad, I would go, wrong. Just in the same way that if I'm going to ban all of you, by the way, and it's going to be for like 30 days. I don't care for the you've been clipped thing at all. I don't. It's not a joke. I don't find it even remotely funny. Stop. You all banned permanently. Anyway, if a white person were on edge in such an environment, I wouldn't necessarily fault them, okay? If they'd spent their entire... keep in mind, by the way, not only would they exist in such an environment, they would spend their entire life being subject to constant indications of the threat of that dynamic that black people might pose in this hypothetical environment. But keep in mind that the threat against women is also reinforced by the fact that overwhelmingly, when men do this to them, the men are in a greater social standing. They're teachers. They're mentors, they're doctors, or people of equal social standing. Men catcalling them in the street or following them in bars. People who won't be subject to persecution afterwards. Whereas in a modern day, white supremacist country, even if black people committed a majority of violent crimes, even if it was a 90-10 split, in such an environment, the black people are still the socially dispossessed. The police can still be used against them. This would be an environment where the black people are in positions of power over you. The ones where the black people are the teachers, are the police, as men are so often the police. They are the ones who catcall. They are the ones who follow you home with no threat of reprisal from the cops. Are we talking about reality right now? No. And that's why these comparisons fall so flat. For so many reasons, on so many levels, you have to construct a narrative of victimization of men in order to make these hypotheticals work. And they just don't. But in such a fantastical environment, if it somehow existed, if someone was to feel fearful around black people in this remarkable hypothetical, this ridiculous fantasy we've constructed, okay. And if we examined that fear, we would find at its core socioeconomic inequality. If they were essentialist about it, if they started saying stuff like, well, all black people are bad, I would think that's wrong. Much in the same way that I don't agree with people who say all men are bad. I have argued against people like that. Likewise, if people were like, well, the only ways that we can fix this is by doing racist policy, I would also say that's bad, because I don't think that, say, for example, sex segregation is a good way of addressing the problematic dynamic between men and women. Have I deconstructed this thoroughly enough? Does everyone understand why I have done this, why I have said this in the way that I have? Do we all understand? Do we understand the reason why it's different from the racial comparison? The consistency of my beliefs, how I would extend that consistency even to a racial dynamic if the factors were identical? Okay. I don't want anyone accusing me of some kind of like, because again, it's the Gamergate thing. You think it's okay to do that to men, but not to... No. I've argued against people who advocate for sex segregation, and I have argued against people who think that men are essentially bad. Many times. How many dozens of times must I argue against the idea that men are essentially bad? And then one segment where I say, hey, but rape culture exists. Women feel this way. Here's why. Think about it. And everyone loses their mind. Can we see you ban them? The mods have slowly been blackbagging the Redditors while I talk. Hudson the Gamer, I know it's difficult to deal with that, but it's only a fact being delivered. The best way to deal with that, look, as a black guy, you will be subject to discrimination. Me telling you that isn't like, this isn't new to you. None of this is new to you. You already knew, didn't you? The women were in many cases afraid, sometimes because you're black, sometimes because you're a man, that people judge others for essentialist characteristics. All you can really hope to do is be aware of those and work around them. And that's the whole point, right? I don't have an issue talking to women. When I say that, I'm sorry. I should say I'm not opposed to talking to women. My issue is all the autistic shit I talk about. But the act itself isn't something that I'm opposed to or that I avoid if given the opportunity. You know, I don't let that stop me. I just try to be considerate of other people's feelings. Talk to women in a way that allows them the opportunity to exit the conversation if they want to. Don't appear fragile or insecure. Don't be overly persistent or tenacious. Talk to them, give them hooks. Women like men, guys. The majority of women, the vast majority of women like men so much, they will let you put your pee-pee inside her. We're not talking about widespread hate here. We're talking about empathy. The empathy that men need to feel in order to heal this dynamic and to make life better for the women that they know interpersonally. That's it. Mr. Good Socks, I've delivered the argument. It has been clarified. Just exhausting, really. Would you fault someone if they let that stop them? Yes. Don't be a pussy. If you want to talk to women, talk to women. Just get good at talking to women and people broadly. It doesn't have anything to do with my point, Joshy the Lib. Even if there was an innate difference in violence or whatever, capacity for violence, it's about the broader social trends that I'm talking about. I mean, I did talk about sexual dimorphism. You want us to go through this one as well? Wait, there's another one? Oh my... Oh... Ooh. I've been a Vosh fan since the early days. I'm a socialist, progressive, and pretty much issue. Oh, this person's correct. That's nice. This seems fine. It looks like this thread wasn't brigaded as much from the other as much as the other one. I would say this thread isn't as this framing sucks because it's so rhetorically ineffective to make a point this way. It's also not what a lot of women are openly saying. It's the 1350 argument to point out black crime. I should have never... Wait, hold on. Yeah, Vosh kind of waffled and backpedaled on what about how black people are seen as dangerous when his prior explanation... Nuke this one specifically. Just this one right here, permanently. Mods, permanently ban this person forever. Black people, black people, black people. Fuck me, guys. You're like a 4chan porn thread. You can't think about anything other than black people. Fuck off. God. Mods, fire the ICBMs. The intercontinental banning missile. Sorry, I didn't mean to ramble about that for so long, though I do think it's important to talk about, you know? I hate feeling like... I hate feeling like I can't take any issue contrary to, like, the most dogmatic leftist position without my community kind of, like, attracting this... Vosh, I beg you, please change the topic. This looks painful for you, please. Fucking cat, you don't project your weakness onto me. This is too much for you, and you're right, it was. Get out of here. You're muted for 3,600 seconds. I care that excess paranoia of men is how patriarchy reproduced itself as a system. No, I don't think that patriarchy is reproduced by men being overly aware of how afraid of them women are. Unless you sort of like actively admit you enjoy that, which I feel like at that point you're too far gone anyway. You weren't going, like no other argument would have sort of pulled you over. Genuinely, I feel like you guys, you know how I will like scroll through 50,000 Nazi arguments and I'll go like, that one's because he thinks about his girlfriend being fucked by a black guy. That one's because he thinks about his girlfriend getting fucked by that guy doesn't have a girlfriend, but he does think that he can't get one because she's already fucking a black guy. That's what I'm doing with you guys right now. I just hope you know that. Like, this one's because he's insecure and already has trouble approaching women and doesn't want it to feel even worse. So he doesn't want to like, he wants to bury his head in the sand and how bad the issue is. This one wants to underplay the issue because he feels bad about it. This one's like a lot of it is like, I know a proxy argument when I see one, okay? I've been here before, okay? Well, Benjamin, that's life. By the way, there's nothing wrong with feeling like insecurity sometimes about stuff. That's a very normal human experience, you know? You just have to like, you have to engage with those feelings responsibly rather than trying to legitimize them by making like a big argument to justify them or whatever. Yeah, don't like project it or try to rationalize them with this like, this is bad rhetoric because it's misandry and da-da-da. Like, that's what I mean. Yeah, don't like confront that feeling. That's the whole point, right? That's what we're trying to do this for. I don't think it makes you a bad person to feel that way, you know? It's not like it's not something that affects me. I will approach women and think, you know, like even on something as simple as dating apps, right? Are you not aware of the fact, men of the West, are you not aware of the fact that when you approach a woman, even on like a dating app or whatever, that a woman could approach you with like kind of an annoying or overbearing opener and you would find it endearing, but if you did that to her, she would be put off by it because you know she has more messages than you? This is just a fact, by the way. You would have to be like an extraordinarily physically attractive guy to receive more messages than the average woman does on any dating app. Except the dynamic is different with Grindr, but even with Grindr, I think it would probably be the same way, honestly. Like, does that not eat at you just a little bit? It does a little bit for me. I don't like the idea of like, oh, you can be bombastic, but I have to be like very controlled with an opener, like, because, you know, the dynamic is different. I understand the frustration. I can understand that making you feel like, you know, that kind of sucks. I don't like the assumption that would be made on the part of the woman that I'm messaging that me being maybe slightly overbearing, but like, you know, mildly, you know, a fear of being overbearing is something I have to be more concerned with than she would be, right? Like, I get that. I understand that, you know? I understand that. But you have to engage with that responsibly. You have to engage with that feeling fairly and responsibly. You know? I'm not saying it's not unfair. It kind of is, yeah. But imagine then going online and being like, I think it's bullshit, the way women are not responding to me on dating apps, or they get like really snippy with me, blah, blah. And like, you understand that it's like, okay, well, it's because they get more messages than you do. Like, get over it. Like, that's just life, you know? Like, but people often make that the woman's problem. So that's the issue I'm talking about, I guess. And by the way, I can say I've never really feared sexual violence from a guy because A, I'm large, and B, when I get drinks at a bar, I chug them instantly. No one even gets a chance to drug me. You know, so there's that. But for any of my queer homies out there, we all know, don't we? We all know how men are. Look, I've dealt with a lot of women who have been weird and overbearing, to be sure, but the weird and overbearing nature of women who have flirted with me or approached me or done anything that I didn't like, I have never thought, okay, let's leave aside the like threat of physical violence thing. Let's assume that everyone that I'm talking about is equally strong. I've never gotten a feeling of perceived or threatened physical violence or like stalking or anything like that from a woman. Now, women can stalk, don't get me wrong, and they can be violent. I'm more talking about like being hit on, more casual engagements, you know, being flirted with by, you know, like a lady at a bar or something, or just like a casual thing like that. You know, again, I'm not saying women can't do bad stuff. There's something that men do, and I don't know if they know they do it, but men, I feel, often have a difficult time understanding the difference between affectionate staring and leering, and they have a difficult time understanding the difference between playful affection and projecting insecurity. Like, they will say something and it sounds like they're laughing, but in reality they want a certain response from you, and they'd be hurt if you didn't offer it. And I know that a lot of women would feel very threatened by that because a lot of guys will just not take no for an answer. Yeah, they just won't. It's not something that I've experienced from women, really. And again, I'm only talking behavior-wise. I'm not talking like perceived threat of physical violence here, you know? I guess the main point is that I never really get the feeling that men expect something from the engagement with me. Sorry, I never get the feeling that women expect something from the engagement with me and will be pissy about it if it doesn't go their way. That's the simplest way of putting it, I think, if that makes any sense. If does that make any sense? Like, whether it's talking to a guy or girl, I feel like more often the guy gives me this vibe that like their ego is on the line based on the interaction that I'm having with them. And I feel like, by the way, like I have a decent range of experiences here because, you know, I've been to gay bars. I'm on Grindr all the time. You know, I've been to gay bars plenty. I've been to like the block parties. I have a range of experiences here to call upon. And even when the guys are being super chill and casual, and plenty of guys have been fine. Plenty of guys have been fine. There always does feel like, with some of them, something about their behavior, the way they talk or look at me, I mean, not their appearance. It just gives the impression that their ego is on the line here. I don't know. I just don't feel like women give me that impression that often. I could imagine that being quite scary if I was half as strong as I am now. And if there was like a very well normalized culture of predation against me, specifically. I'm just saying that people should be empathetic, you know? And I'm not saying women can't be bad or men can't be good. I'm just saying that there's definitely like a skewed dynamic here, you know? Yeah, Cartes Portiev. And we're not even talking about like institutional protection of rapists. How like there are literally like factions in society who get away with it all the time and are protected by other people in power. Cops, anyone associated, anyone in that ballpark, fraternities, sports teams. There are like groups and like associations, and men will protect other men in a lot of cases because they won't believe that you raped someone else. They say, oh, you deserved it. Dude, you do not have to be around like guys, especially straight guys, that long before you hear them say some awful shit. You know that Trump grab him by the pussy thing, the like locker room talk? Why do you think it's called locker room talk? Also, follow up, do you think Trump was wrong when he called that locker room talk? Because he wasn't. That's, you hear shit like that all the time, you know? He called it that because that's what that sounds like. You know, that wasn't like an errant turn of phrase. It wasn't like a niche euphemism. There are tons of women out there whose initial sexual experience is negative. Yeah, and not negative in just like the like awkward way that a first sexual experience is probably going to be no matter what, but like negative. Would you say all this applies to gay men as well? To an extent, but not to the same extent. The dynamic is different. The culture of predation, the rape culture thing, is definitely something directed towards women broadly, but those tendencies persist in everyone, again, including women. So in lesbian relationships and in gay relationships, you'll have like echoes of those biases that manifest, kind of like as a parallel or a reflection of the primary one. Oh, hey, DM. This bit of our segment. Couldn't believe my eyes when self-identified leftists were massively shitfest. God, may everything say. Yeah, it feels like such an easy, especially DM, because like I'm not even like, fuck, I don't know. The whole, what if I presented a strong hypothetical to get you think about something, is literally one of the things I get made fun of for doing so often. Like, of all the communities to get upset in about this, mine, you know, it feels like a very weird one. It's a pretty clear hypothetical too. It's not even like a difficult one. It's not like I don't think it takes much like thought. It's not that esoteric. I haven't even talked about all the times fucking groping happens. Groping happens a lot in clubs to guys too, but the dynamic is usually different. Even if we're talking just about heterosexuals, because in some gay bars, man, they're all being handsy. Everyone's being handsy to everyone else all the time. So, I'm not invoking that. But in like the heterosexual context, like I've had male friends joking about raping me to my face. Like, yeah, because a lot of guys think it's like a joke, or they're like, ha, she should be flattered because it means we think she's hot, you know? Yeah, no kidding, Blue Shift Star. Well, hopefully at the end of all of this, the fine people in this community will know that I think that rape is bad. You know, it was up in the air for a while. There was some confusion, some doubt. People had no idea where I stood on the issue, but now, finally, I think we can lay it to rest. I think we've settled that. And bears are cool. And bears are cool. That is true. I agree, Naga Slate. Yeah, it just takes a bit of thought. Just last week in my current board game group is a 22-year-old woman, and our group was talking about some D&D horror stories, and she told us how when she was 17 in the game, her DM had her character be sexually assaulted and raped just out of fucking nowhere. The DM was a 34-year-old at that time, by the way. I also know someone that happened to. I also know. Jail, actually. I genuinely wish that I had a perfect memory, because I feel like if I could, like, if I could, like, get out the papers, you know, and I could write down, like, every time one of my female friends has told me some shit like this, it would be, like, it's been like a drip feed my entire life. Sometimes I just, like, I don't, it's not even, like, prompted or whatever. It's just like, oh, yeah, remember that, like, teacher I told you about? Huh? Who? Oh, the one who, like, made a comment about my tits when I was 12. What? Oh, yeah, well, anyway, like, you know, he had, like, this dog that he would bring to class sometimes. Like, what? What? Okay, dog. Yeah, the dog. Yeah, like, literally, like, right? Tell me, hypers, if you understand, right? Like, have you not, like, as, like, talking to a chick or whatever, and just like, yeah, that, you know, like, yeah, like, it's kind of enraging. Yeah, and as a guy too, when you hear that, you want to go like, oh my god, that's horrible. But the chick is like, oh no, whatever, because it's happened so many times to her that it's like she can't get all up in arms about it when remembering any one of the 57 memories that she has. So for you, it's like, oh, this is injustice that must be corrected immediately. And for her, she's like, okay. You know, because it's just like set dressing to a broader. Yeah, I remember that, Tempest. Yeah, I remember that. It was like a big public thing too, and people got really mad about it. It was like some weird robot D&D roleplay thing. Yeah. Excuse me. Yeah, Jesus, Rainbow. I'm so sorry. Or being thought of as damaged goods. Endless autism. What's creepy is I got more sexual harassment as a kid or teenager, not so much as an adult, which I think is sick. Yeah, because now you can, like, call the police or defend yourself in some way. Basically, every female friend that I know said that the catcalling and sexual harassment against them started around 13 or 14, more or less. Like, I think that's just the norm. I think that's just, like, the default. Started at 7 for me, or at 7 for Netrix. Is pedophilia that widespread among human beings? Men are taught that women are most valuable when they're young, unspoiled, and not able to defend themselves. I genuinely think this, like, pedo thing is unnatural. Like, unnatural in the sense that it's socially manufactured as a product of these systems. There are female pedophiles who go after young boys, but I don't think it's as common by far. I don't want to make any strong claims about the data. A lot of the pedo shit that we see broadly in society, a lot of the behavior of men comes from the same types of social normalization that leads to the rape culture. I mean, obviously anything pedophile is rape culture, of course, but, like, there's a big overlap between those forces. All right, okay, we need to move on from this topic, specifically to my money. We need to talk about my Buck Mason money, okay? We need to read donos, is what we need to do, okay? We need to move on. We need to move on from this topic. Rape, sexiest, rape culture. We've been talking about rape culture, toxic masculinity. Already donos? It's 2:30! Elon told J.K. Rowling to chill out. Can you link? What is that about? Yo, Tempest, did the man bear man, has that been put up to a video yet? Is that on the VP? No, not yet. Can I merge them? No. I want double the views. Also, they're both pretty long. I think probably merging them to like an hour and a half would be too much. Do they both go on VP or main channel? I feel like it's decent main channel content. It can't all be student protests. People get tired of that. I'm not like Jimmy Dore. I can't sustain my channel off of 3 months of like the same grift. One on each? Well, that would be kind of incongruent. Main, seriously? Yeah, it feels like it should be on the main. Okay, well, that aside, what did J.K. Rowling and Elon say? No way. Is this real? This can't be real. Genuinely, this can't be real. It's too funny for it to be real. It can't be. Is this real? There's no way. There's no fucking way. It can't be real. It's real? You've asked me several questions in the thread and accused me of avoiding answering. I believe a woman is a human being who belongs to sex from J.K. Rowling. And then Elon Musk responds with, while I heartily agree with your points regarding sex and gender, may I suggest also posting interesting and positive content on other matters? No way! Somebody link it to me, please. A month later? This is a month later he went back and found it? How? What did he mean by this? Holy shit! Oh my fucking god! Why would he do this? Imagine being J.K. Rowling and being told politely by Elon Musk that you're posting too much about trans people. The ketamine is real. This has to be a drug thing. I don't know what possible, like, emotional, social, moral, or business like impulse could possibly. I have no idea. Is he being threatened by the EU again? Are they like, we need to reduce the hate speech on your site? So he was like, okay, I'll go tell J.K. Rowling to calm it down. Oh, dude, no. You don't tell J.K. Rowling what to post or care about. Who do we cheer for here? Look, okay? Let them fight, all right? They're calling? Listen, okay? This is why we have the man versus bear discourse. So TERFs can say that Elon Musk is badgering J.K. Rowling when asking the billionaire to post less about how much she wants to, like, genocide trans people or whatever. Incredible. Is that Cybersmith? Yes. Absolutely remarkable. Okay, I need to read donos. I need to eat food. I need to drink water. I need to pee, probably. That seems like something I would need to do, you know? I haven't really, like, examined my feelings on my bladder recently, but I feel like I probably could if I wanted to, you know? Yeah, Elon, women be quieter and start apologizing challenge. Hold on, wait. Let me yoink that. Sorry, Annie, that's too good. We're stealing that. I'm just stealing that verbatim. All right, Annie, you will be remembered. Yoink. Let me just wish I could type faster. It'd make this a little more, you know, a little more snappy. Misogyny redemption arc. Yeah. This is me trying to win back the people I alienated with the man bear thing. By you know, going back in the misogyny route. Thank you, Eddie. All right, I'm reading these donations. You can't stop me. Dante Gray, Gentle Vulture, and Pessimist, thank you for the tier 1 subs all. Where'd you get your short sleeve Henleys? Buck Mason. I only have the one, though. I didn't know how scary men could be till I started passing. There's just a way that a lot of them look and talk to you that makes you feel like prey. Yep. And I've never experienced that myself, but yeah, no, I mean, I've heard that from like so many people, and it's like, okay, is it really like 50 billion women being hysterical? A Pretty Lover Worm and Xeon, thank you for the 5 both. Xeon, I'm so sorry to hear that you've been laid off from your job of 10 years. My God. Yeah, pretty much every industry is downsizing. The only real jobs left are like being the guy who like watches the self-checkout aisle at a grocery store. Fortissimum, thank you for the $5. Really appreciate that. XLR, thank you for the tier 1 sub. Noel Holiday, thank you for the tier 3 sub. Honestly, more people need to realize self-harm isn't just physical, but can also be mental, e.g. repeatedly exposing yourself to bigoted content in people. That's true. Going into the Voshvi subreddit is indeed a source of great harm for me, and I need to mitigate it a little. Darth Cuddlefluff and Exozilia, thank you for the tier 1 subs both. Very much appreciate that. Kane111, thank you for the 5. I'll take a look at this channel, though not right now, of course. Emma Golddude, Appalachian Anarchist, thank you for the 5 both. I really appreciate that. Thank you for funding the Buck Mason addiction, Appalachian Anarchist. I really do appreciate that. An idea I've been hearing about lately is a currency backed by energy, the kilowatt hour. Is this just crypto libertarianism or a practical idea? I mean, it doesn't really fix the problem at all, I'm afraid. It's bullshit. The only reason they're saying that is because they can define the the kilowatt hour as like a fraction of a Bitcoin, you know? It doesn't like solve any real currency issues. It would also mean that anytime there was like, I don't know, any kind of energy shortage or power fuck up or whatever, like all currency would instantly become hyper inflated or deflated, or I don't know. It's wacky. It's like a wacky non-idea, I think, in my opinion. Australis, thank you for the $5. A lot of people keep missing the forest for the trees. The point isn't to degrade men, but make a broader point about the sexual assault women face from men. Yeah. Women have spent their entire lives being told stories of male brutality, you know? Substantiated ones not even rooted in like bigotry against men. When women are growing up and being told by like their aunt and their mother and their older sister, like, be careful, this happened to me, be careful, this happened to me, that's not hatred of men. It's not like being white and growing up and your racist white parents are like, yeah, black people will hit you on the head with chicken. They like rap music too loud. Like, it's not just being fed bullshit hysteria. It's just like the things that have happened, you know? Royal Rose, thank you for the 2 $5 donos. You have nothing to apologize for. I got pretty heated during that segment, though for once I think it was pretty warranted on my part. I don't think you're bad at communicating at all. I understand what you were saying. I don't think you're annoying. HD Drown and Lady of the Cats, thank you for the tier 1 subs both. Men saying things like that just make me want to be less around them. A bear wouldn't say these stupid things. Now it's fear and disgust. Yeah, that's true. A bear also wouldn't explain to you how, what if he was black, actually, which is why you being afraid of men is like racism. You know, it's true. A bear also can't do... That sounds like a joke, but it's true, right? You know, a bear can attack you, but it can't manipulate you. Or like lull you into a false sense of security or whatever. What if I was a black bear? Well, then you'd be the most huggable bear of all. Joy Gal, thank you for the tier 1 sub. Bell Pepper and Marsquake, thank you for the tier 1 subs both. Really appreciate that. Thank you for talking about the man versus bear thing and the subreddit reaction. It was a little uncomfortable and isolating seeing all that. You rock. Yeah, I promise you that shit's in the minority, okay? Like, that is not representative of the channel. Or at least I'll make it so. Blunder, thank you for the $15. I really appreciate that. TY for recommending Return of the Obra Dinn. It's fun so far, and oh my goodness. And it's set where my family live. Your family lives on a ghost ship. Here, have a wholesome cat post. Yeah, Return of the Obra Dinn fucking bops. Like, really, really good. Oh, took months to gain this neighborhood cat's trust. Once I did, he visited every single day and meowed at the back door until I came outside to pet him. Aww. He disappeared for 10 months, and I assumed the worst, but he just showed up again one day, and I cried and cried. Now he's back to visiting every day. Aww. Whoa. Look at him stretching his paws. Whoa. Blah, blah, blah. What a happy cat. What a blessed life. Yeah, he went on an adventure. He left the Shire, and he went to, Mordor. He went to Isengard. Shaky09, thank you for the 2 tier 1 subs. Well done. Well done on doing well in your finals, or at least you think so. DeGero, thank you for the incredibly kind $40. Your male advice and feminist advocacy made me grow out of being just like these 14-year-olds who have never seen a woman, so thank you for that. Yeah, again, it's for me, the frustration isn't so much like I think it makes them bad people to have these concerns or to be afraid of that or to be worried about this or whatever. To me, it's more like the arrogance and the fact that, like, if they watch me, they should be better than that. I'm sorry. Like, you have to set a standard in a community, right? Look, I'm open to discourse, and I know not everyone's going to agree with me, but there have to be limits. And 2014 era hashtag not all men Gamergate shit is a hard line that I'm drawing, okay? I remember what the internet was like back then. I'm not getting sent back. I am not letting that shit fester. Yeah. I'm a gold dude. Thank you for the tier 1 sub. Really appreciate that. And Softball with the $5. On a lighter note, my first unit of black powder fodder for my turn of 28 army is done. Praise be the roots. Oh, shit. Nice. I have no idea what this is from, but they're looking good. I like the camouflage, the grass on them. Yeah, I'm sending you back to 2014. Yoink. That looks good as hell. Real grimy, you know? But, like, deliberately, not... Yeah. Rainbow with the $5. Spent 3 hours at the Trinity College Dublin Palestine encampment today. Yo! We've got an Irish chatter in the house. Hell yes. Amazing vibes, ignored agitators. Fuck yes. Bucket! Bucket music.
For the grievances, for the destruction, and for the death wrought upon
Look, it's trying to speak English.
Because of Trinity's complicity, and therefore we demand that TCD commits to reparation. Ceasefire now! Ceasefire now! Ceasefire now! Ceasefire now! Ceasefire!
That's awesome. Seriously, Rainbow, I'm really glad that you had a good time. I'm glad the vibes were good. Show the bucket in video 1.
Free, free Palestine! Free, free, free Palestine! Up with liberation!
Bucket.
Down, down
Bucket!
with the occupation! Up with liberation!
Yeah! Now this is revolutionary technology. Tootie Siggy, thanks for the $5. YouTube implementing AI shit in the streams now. Have you guys noticed that when you Google search something now, it'll give you a fucking AI prompt at the top that takes up a ton of space? Oh, wow, that's super cool. And apparently over here on YouTube, chat summary, auto-generated experiment, quality might vary. And then they try to do a summary. That's great, man. Fuck. It's like everything, man. The AI stuff isn't showing up for me right now. That's odd. It showed up when I was looking up D&D stuff earlier. Yeah, earlier I got chatters are discussing the location of Tibetan, Chinese, and Mongolian politics. Fuck, god damn, man. This is what manufacturing consent looks like in tech, by the way. Yeah, I love this tech that literally nobody wants or benefits from in any way, but it's all going to happen anyway. God damn it. We need to move through with this, okay? I need to get me away from stream. Get me out of here. Please, God, let me out of here. Let me out. Seriously, Alec Gunter? Cheeky licks the $5. Study shows there's less sex in film and TV than ever before. Do you buy that? Yes. Seriously, just go watch some, like, fun movie. Go watch, like, hey, this is a classic 80s movie, full frontal, or, like, tits out, like, easy. Yeah, 100%, yeah. We're living in, like, a new era of sexless, moral puritanism. It feels like we're not, but we are. Rivera Life, thank you for the tier 4 sub. I really appreciate that. Please assign homework to anyone triggered by man versus bear discourse to ask a woman they love and trust if they're comfortable discussing sexual assault done to them or peers. I genuinely feel like one of the best things that you could do as a guy is to like if you can, ask a sister or your mother. I know that's like a really weird question to ask, but genuinely, if you've never talked about that with them and you say, hey, you know, there's been some discourse online, is it like really that much of an issue? As long as you two trust each other, right? Like you could probably learn a lot very quickly that might like really fundamentally re-alter your, like, man. Oh boy. You might hear some like family drama too. That shit happens. Don't be weird about it. Dylan J, thank you so much for the $50. My God, that's really kind of you. Not even a message attached, just $50 of kindness, you know? Presumably for being so handsome. In lieu of a message, that's what I have to assume it's for. Alexius, thank you for the tier 3 sub. Chilling at an encampment on UW. Really? Is there an encampment at UW? Listening to a dude recount Palestinian history. Nice to see people sitting down to listen and chill jammies. Is there a UW encampment? Oh. Well, so much for me knowing about it. Drone footage. Huh. Gotta go down there and tell all of them to like and subscribe. Why is the path offset like that? You know, it's not really a problem from ground level, but from the drone view, it really is a problem, isn't it? I'll have to look at it tomorrow. I have to get through this, Benjamin. Welp to the shredder. Yeah, toss it all out. Alexius, well, you know, enjoy your time in UW. Maybe I'll drop by sometime? I don't really want to play into the outside agitator narrative. That being said, I've always kind of, I don't know, Hassan got a bunch of pizzas for the guys at UCLA. It'd be kind of cool doing that. What if I got a bunch of pizzas and I went over there and then somebody was like, yo, bro, is that fucking Vosh, the shithead, fucking pedo? And then they all say that I was eating beans and I dropped the pizzas. I don't know. I'd have to think about it. Really one of those things where, like, you know, if you have a good image, bring the cheese wheel. I could bring the cheese wheel. Yeah. Ismilia, thank you for the $5. Trans woman here. So much trauma by the locker room talk due to being forced into men's locker rooms. I have enough from men for 5 lifetimes, and I'm not even 30. Yeah, I'm really sorry. Yeah, it's pretty bad. This Juan, thank you for the $10. Whoa, a whole stream without mentioning just one guy. I'm impressed. No, this time it was many guys, I'm afraid. No wonder with the $5. Vosh, I just want to share an image of our new puppy Stella with you in chat. No kidding. Whoa. Look at those eyes and ears. This is a puppy's puppy face. No. I agree, Demon Mama. I agree. I think in a material sense, it's mostly the what if this guy eating beans thing. The encampment has to be new because I was on UW pretty recently, just hanging out. The U district is pretty nice. So it must be new. I'll let things pick up into next week. We'll see. Picking them suits without collar gaps. I don't know if I could afford to suit up all those college students. What's the beans thing? It's anti-white racism. When black men see you eating beans, they say you are, and then you drop them. It's a strange power they have hold over us. Okay. Panic Stasis with the incredibly kind Tier 4 sub. Thank you. The bear versus man discourse absolutely shows why women are choosing the bear, Jesus Christ. Yeah, it's really self-affirming. It's really self-reinforcing in that respect. Yeah, where a lot of the responses that guys are offering shows like a callous disregard for, or a lack of empathy for, or just a lack of awareness, really, of the issue, which is kind of a big part of the problem. You know, rapists don't generally think they're rapists, right? Like that's the minority of rapists. The ones who are like, yep, that's what I am, you know? Thank you very much, Panic Stasis. And Far Eastern Myth with a Tier 4 sub. Bears have predictable behavior and can be planned around. Men do not. That's why seeing a random man in the woods is more scary. It's not like literally about the threat level, and it kind of depends on the bear. But like, I think that if you make a broader point about men having the ability to manipulate and bears can't, right? It's sort of like understanding. The common understanding would be that the man protects you from the bear. So the point of the hypothetical is to think like, okay, like what are the actual powers present? You know, the abilities on display. What does it actually represent? What does it mean? But I get it. Yeah, I don't want to over literalize, but I do agree. Yeah. Kane111, thank you for the $5. Would you really highly consider moving out of the country if Trump won? Yeah, maybe. Far Eastern Myth, thank you for the 2 Tier 1 subs. Not Juan Guy, but Manny Guys? Yeah, Manny Guys. Yeah, Manny Guys. Exactly. Mo ISTG, thank you for the Tier 1 sub. Trans guy here, it's insane to finally be accepted into men's spaces and have the locker room talk be said to your face, so thanks for the segment. Yeah, that's got to be pretty weird, huh? Being brought into the inner circle, kind of against your will, at least with regards to that. Huh. Members go up. Thank you for the insanely kind 100 gifted Tier 1 subs. Like I said before, incredibly generous of you. I really, really, really appreciate that. My goodness. We're going to run out of white names at this rate. What about this one particular man? 100 hotties for him. Hopefully not 100 new homes for certain Redditors. No. Probably not. Probably not. Listen, okay, the orange name keeps them grounded here where the analysis is good. All right. Thank you, members go up. Seriously, I really appreciate that. And all the kindness. My goodness. You guys have been very generous today. I got to go over super chats. Super chat. Super chat. Super chat. Super chat. Super chat. No, not super hot. Super chat. Why'd you say hot? That doesn't make any sense. We're talking about chat here. Okay. Ingy Bingy, thank you for the 5. I have not seen that Majority Report video. JC, thank you for the 5 as well. Thank you for scolding this community on the cultural sexual violence. I'm sure I'll continue to. Martian Mars, thanks the 5. Alhamdulillah. Vosh has purged the idiots. I probably pronounced that wrong, but, you know, the effort is what counts. Terminal Sanity, thank you for the $10. To be fair, it does suck to be impersonally feared by some women by default because I'm a 6'2" dude, but it sucks more that impersonal fear of men isn't unjustified, like staggeringly more. Yeah, it does suck. 100% it does suck, you know? But the best that we can do is try to make ourselves the kind of person that women aren't afraid of, and one of the best ways of doing that is to be empathetic to the experiences of women, you know? That's the best way to do it, right? That knowledge is the path through to living a life without that insecurity. Colin Costco with the $10. A way I've been thinking about the bear hypothetical is that you know what to expect from the bear. The man is the roll of the dice. Yeah. Yeah, there's also that element, to be sure. Benjamin Gilbert Lift, thank you so much for the $100 donation. I really appreciate that. Happy Star Wars Day. Vosh celebrating Benjamin, if I get a single more super chat from you that is misspelled, I swear to God, it's like you know. Celebrating officially exit, open parentheses, close parentheses, queuing order 66 in the Reddit. That is true. Well, technically the mods. Well, I ordered it, so the mods are like the stormtroopers there, you know. True, though. Seriously, thank you. Coder Online, thank you for the $20. I have dreads and work as a software engineer. My boss spent basically a year explaining to people that my hair wasn't an issue and he wasn't going to make me cut it. And yes, I was already a professional. Jesus Christ. I can't imagine how, like, patronizing and humiliating that must have been for you to have, like, a fucking manager go to bat for you on something so, like, objectively trivial, you know? Jesus. Emmett James, thank you for the $5. Yeah, we'll have to go over that tomorrow. Sunny New Paltz police raid. Yeah. Crime Candle, thanks the $5. I have not seen Baby Reindeer, but Vermin has been watching it and has said that it's, if I remember, pretty good. Oh, sorry, Clone Troopers, Annie. My apologies. Charles Parr, thank you for the $10. I feel for you on the stupidity of chat and Reddit over the man and bear memes. I also agree they are both an embarrassment and potentially a threat to others. I have no advice, only support. Yeah, it's okay. Look, we need one of these purges every now and again for the take to be made clear. You know, I don't even want, like, this isn't even a subject that I would debate. Like, this is like a concretely right or wrong thing. I don't even like the idea of monetizing it. I don't even want to make that like a channel thing. Like, let's debate whether or not women are hysterical about being afraid of men, sexual violence. I'm not, this isn't even like a thing I want to engage with. It's like the fucking Canadian truckers, but worse, because at least the Canadian truckers were just arrogant Canucks. You know, this is like a fucking rape thing. Benjamin Gilbert Lift with the incredibly kind $50. I unironically think Star Wars Day, Pokemon Day, and Lego Day should be national holidays for the US, Japan, and Denmark, respectively. We should celebrate media that positively impacts the culture of the world our country produced. I don't like the idea of giving national recognition at all to companies or any kind of commercial effort, you know? I guess that's true, Demon Mama. They'd want to debate me on, like, bear strength. Yeah. I just hate companies. Thank you. Shadow Angel, thank you for the $10. It's an old story, but you should look up the stolen 200-foot-tall radio tower in North Carolina. It's short and funny to think about. I know about that story, yeah. It's good. It's good. More people should do that to their local infrastructure. Marionette, thank you for the $5. Hearing about how my mom and her 3 sisters were sold to my grandma's boyfriends and their friends has primed me for the man-bear discourse. Yeah. Yeah, okay. I can understand how that would do that. Jesus Christ. And perfectly in line, the women of Voshism versus r/Vosh V. No, I'm a nice guy. The Bear Jack. Fuck, that's funny. Make a Bear Jack emote? Honestly? Fuck, that's so fucking funny. I would need the bear. I guess I could easily draw the bear Wojak. Like, I could easily, yeah, finish the lines there. It's a Wojak. It's not hard. Every single woman alive walking happily into the forest, arm in arm with the bear, you know? Fuck, that's funny. Wet Camera Inc. Thank you for the $2. Does it not divide the sexes even further? No, I think it should unite them. Why should the experiences of women be kept personal for fear of making men insecure? You know, if anything, like, I think that you should feel, you know, I think that you should feel happy that you have the opportunity to, in a way that might not have been possible a few decades ago, be more sympathetic to the experiences of women rather than live in two completely isolated worlds, you know? Just need to make the background transparent. Oh, okay, there was a pre-existing bear jack that was colored to fit the image. This is so good. I love him. Hello. Hello. If not friend, why friend-shaped? All right, folks. I love you all very much. I've enjoyed the stream in spite of the frustrations. You know, I feel like we were productive in the sense that we talked about things. Yes. I don't know if I'm going to be able to stream tomorrow. I'm going to try to, but I've also got a bunch of stuff. I got a hot date. I gotta shave, you know? Actually, my neck's fine. All right. I might not have to shave then. We'll have to see. Okay, I am going to send you over to I don't want to create discourse by berating Hassan 3 times in a row. I feel like yeah, Alfie B is playing Ratchet and Clank in the PS2. That's rad. Oh, Wi-Fi B, right? But I haven't talked to her in ages. I don't know. Trihex is playing Banjo-Kazooie. I don't know how Trihex feels about me. Lil Aggie is playing Crab Souls. Oh, I should play that. Mafia Jinx is live. No idea how she feels about me. Just host Hassan. Of course you would say that, Benjamin. Hassan hat trick? Yeah, at least I know Hassan doesn't like me, so I don't have to sort of deal with the ambiguity of directing you to someone who I don't know. You know? Okay, have a look at. I doubt we're fine. Hassan isn't doing politics right now, just doing the Kendrick diss. Oh wait, never mind. Kendrick diss. I'm not enabling that. Music? Honestly. Mafia Jinx is playing Fallout 76. I guess it's the weekend, so everyone's That's actually disgusting. Yeah. Lucy Hayes? Is Lucy Hayes streaming? Now, you know what? I'm just gonna cut it here. Look, we'll work out. I need to work out who I'm following. I need to work all that out, okay? I need to work out who hates me, okay? I'm gonna chill and just end the stream. You know? I'm just gonna you're all just gonna vanish. You're not going anywhere. You're going into the void. I'm sending you. I'm taking you back. You're going back. You're going back.